YouTube. Oh, I said, how did you get access to Fable? What provider were you using to get access to Fable? And also hope you're feeling better. Last 10%. I forgot to click the go live button. Man, I always gotta check YouTube first. This time I checked Twitch first and I was like, oh, everything's working. Better just join the topic. Okay. So you got, you paid for it? Which plan did you get? The 100? The 20? They offered a free trial for Pro. Nice. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds a good. Man, I really gotta make some YouTube videos somehow. I do all this content, but I forget to like, what do you call it? Whatchamacallit? Just edit out videos. Great videos. Man, I should probably just go through each one and just start posting videos. You signed up for the 100 debt cards, prepaid, made 100 accounts with all the fake. Sounds good. Sounds good. Man, I really gotta do something. We have all this content here, but we'll see. Let's figure out if we could just download each one and just start cranking out content. We'll see. I got about a lot of usage left. My reset day already reset. Out of all the providers, Niso, I think Codex is probably the best bang for the buck because you get to, they give you free usage redemptions to reset. And then it stacks. So the reset stacks. 5.5 is Opus level, sort of. And then the thinking is better than Opus. And you get access to the pictures. The voice is, a lot better. And then you could use it with any harness without getting banned. So yeah, I think the more bang for your buck is technically the $100 or $200 for me, but yeah, it seems in terms of like you get 3 times more usage than you get Code or Claude, and that's just experiencing it for a week or so. Let's see. GPT. All right, a lot of things are still Opus though. Man, I spent the same amount of tokens in Spark that I did GPT 5.4 and 5.5. I already spent more tokens in the past week on GPT 5.5 than I did Opus. And the cost is like literally 1/4 of Opus. Yeah, this is just the last 7 days. And then Rust Token Killer, Headroom, Ponytail, LPC, LSP servers per language that you're using, and then Oracle, which is like getting the latest documentation per technology. Yeah, I think Rust Token Killer is killing it. I think the next thing that we need to do to save tokens is the SQLite database for logs. We need to figure that out. There hasn't been we have to search for like a solution for logs to SQLite database to make even more optimized searches for debugging. But yeah, I think That's the only thing left that I need to figure out for tokenomics. Yeah, we'll need to figure out a tool for that. A tool for that. Probably we'll use Fable for that. If we ever get Fable back. I mean, Fable's out for a whole... Well, it's not technically out. They just... You have to pay for it with API usage. And I'm hoping that the Claude for startups kicks in and they contact me, giving me what, like $1 million and maybe 10 million in API usage. Who knows? It's probably just 100,000 in token usage, to be honest. They're like, you only need $100,000. You don't need anything more. I mean, technically, yeah, it's just for Fable. $100,000 worth of tokens just for Fable, and then the rest, ChatGPT just coding it all. That'd be ideal. All right. What else do we have? What else do we have? Anything we need to fix for VCS? We need more things fixed. Or let me just figure out mesh first. Mesh is all over the place. I think the only thing that wasn't able to connect to mesh was the Windows machine. So I need to figure that out. Why? What do I need to do to set up mesh and the same file system? And one thing that I like about Codex is it's pretty easy to find your past sessions. Like the titling, the naming, it starts with the prompt that you gave it. And so you're able to just find out like the prompt that you used to type, and you can search for that one. Unlike Claude, where it just renames it to whatever. It's really hard to find. Let's see, agent. What do I need to do? Local ready, Windows, mesh runner registered and runners. What? Windows runner is registered as win, but SSH2 times out. Oh, okay, yeah. What? No Windows registered. Huh. That's strange. Then a Windboat. We're using Windboat a lot now instead of the proper virtual machines. Waiting to authenticate. I'm accepting so I can continue. All right. I really gotta make this easier to set up. Oh my gosh. $10 minutes to get your usage badge? Congrats. $10 minutes. Exciting. 10 minutes. So soon. It's like sometimes you just gotta milk it, you know? And just gotta make the free trial count. Yeah. What have you been using your usage for? What have you been using your usage for? Like, what have you been improving? Using it to improve your Pi agent? And have you figured out a project you also want to work on? Maybe the project is just hacking. Hacking. Doing bug bounties. Doing the bug bounties. The guy that jailbreaks stuff released a tool to just become a full-on agent attack team. And I'm just like, oh my god. Blue team defenders have to deal with this. I called it. I told a bunch of people saying like, how are you gonna defend against 100,000 AI agents? And they're gonna, they just say, defense in depth. I'm like, okay. But don't you want to have 100,000 agents as well to fight against them too? I love the gray hats, messing with the white hats lives, yeah. Yep. No, it's the worst part is like the blue team's job is just to make it as expensive as possible for the attacking team, because the game is pay to win, right? The more money you have, the more attack power you have, the more cards and agents that you have, compared to defending it. You have to defend it with almost the same amount. Like you have the patch stuff, you have to create several layers, gotta do trainings, gotta make, the human is most likely the vulnerability here. Yeah. I remember figured this out years ago. The best defense is always a better offense. Yeah. Just launch the attack, and then it's like Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. It's just chaos. It's so hard to recover. Once you're attacked, you're just like, oh my god. Like you're just trying to like focus up, figure out what's going on. What's funny is like most defenders deal with attacks. They get attacked, right? Like they get compromised, they get breached. And then all the defense mitigations is just like analyzing what happened and then suggesting mitigation controls so it doesn't happen again. And of course it could happen again, even after the mitigation controls. But it's just like defenders only have so much. Like it's like you have to, so many things could change. Things could get stale. Things could get not updated. Things could get misconfigured over time, even after you put the mitigation controls. At a certain point, all you can do is unplug it. Yeah, exactly. Shut it down. Shut it down. That's what ultimately what happens if there really is like nobody knows how things got compromised still, then that's what it comes down to. That's why security is just like, we need the infinite tools. infinite inference, infinite tokens. Otherwise, the actor's just gonna figure out one weakness and get in that way. But yeah, it definitely is pay to win. Pay to win, indeed. Let's see, what's this golden level? As far as your usage, I have self-learning system. Nice. What's self-learning about it? Is it recursive self-improvement, or just like for everything that you find, you all the above? Oh, okay. All right. All right. Tested side hustles. Debt-fueled collapse of China's top machine toolmaker. Uh-oh. Can learn in many ways. It's good. All right. Let's see what the side hustles are. Hopefully it's not something.
So I tested 5 Claude AI side hustles, and by the end of this video, you will know exactly which ones can actually make you real money and...
All right, which one actually made him real money? Let's go to this one. See, at-home product tests. Didn't go as planned. Why the laptop lifestyle dream fell fast. Agency hustle that secretly paying full-time trap. Flips cold outreach on its head. It's 25 minutes with 28 minutes.
Are pure sloth that everyone is wasting their damn time on. And the reason I can talk on this is because there was a time where I started a side hustle that ended up making me over $10 million. But there were dozens of other side hustles I tried that made me zero.
Can download datasets, dream them as if it did all the work itself, and save that knowledge to a knowledge graph. Val test them into skills. Those skills become string together into pipelines. Everything can degrade, be promoted through the entire system, allowing it to take its perfect formulation data and self-train. Can watch YouTube videos or web crawl. What the heck? Currently allowing it to take its perfect formulated data and self-train it to LoRa so it can make its own experts. Ooh. Neat. I'm making something the government is going to show up and take away from me. Uh-oh. You're crying. All right. I hope it's not a hallucination then. I hope it's not lying to you. I hope it's not lying to you. But I'd like to see what it creates.
Or even lost me money. And so I am dedicated to helping you, as well as my community members who have generated over $100 million in results, find the best side hustles for them. But here's the part that nobody tells you.
Right now, I'm being careful with it. Okay.
There is no such thing as a...
Learn how to make HTML5 games. Why games? Why start at games? Why start games? Why not? I don't know. It's always games. Everybody's trying to make games.
Perfect side hustle. Shopify, Amazon FBA, SEO, flipping websites, real estate, etc.
Not these. Because physics and math and UI. Okay. All things AI suck at. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go against the grain on what it sucks at. Rather just keep doing what it's good at.
All of them. And around the pandemic...
Yeah. My hair doesn't look too good, but it could be better. It could be better.
I tried this thing called the Booty Kit, which...
Only way it got good at it is this process. I see.
which was an at-home workout product. And I tried selling it on Amazon FBA as well as selling it on Shopify with dropshipping. But none of the side hustles that I tried worked, and my bank account was constantly very close to $0. And this is until I figured out the foundation that every successful side hustle online actually runs on. And now with Claude AI,
This is how data is curated to make LLMs. Yeah. Hello, welcome.
deleting the bottleneck that used to stop most people from doing it, it has become an unfair advantage. Now, most AI side hustle content right now is complete. It is garbage made by people who have never made a real dollar outside of just telling other people how to make money. But I started a career training business helping other people get jobs and got that to multiple 7 figures a year before I ever taught anybody else how to do side hustles or make money online themselves. So if you appreciate me actually testing this stuff out for you and telling you what works instead of selling you another course, then go ahead and let me know by gently cheersing that like button. And let's go ahead and jump in the computer and get started right now. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk
That's all Claude does. You love it a lot. Yeah. Yep. It self-learns. You self-learn skills. Yeah.
about is the booty kit.
And give gets better over time in the background. Yeah. Definitely have the get my DuckDB knowledge graph or memory graph and recursive self-improvement implemented somehow. I just haven't. I think I'm mainly just stabilizing the product again more and more.
So this is exactly what it sounds like. It's an at-home workout product to work out your booty. Now, at the time that I started this,
Yeah, memories and skills is another one. I need to be able to sync memories. I got skills sync already by keeping all the file systems integrated, but memories is in the home directory of each computer, so got to sync those up too.
fitness was blowing up and everyone was working out at home. And so it seemed like a sure thing, right? I had a winning product. I ran some ads. I posted some content, right? So the first one I tried was Amazon FBA and that failed. I tried Shopify dropshipping, but pretty much nobody bought, right? So I sat on the inventory, I burned ad spend, and my bank account got closer and closer to $0. And it had nothing to do with the product. The product was completely fine. The market was hot.
I plan to eventually reach your system to friends. Needs a user wiki to keep track of users and relationships with them. It's like Salesforce. There are a few layers that just cause how I plan to use it. Yeah.
Other people were buying similar products from other sellers. I just had no audience, right? Nobody knew who I was. Nobody knew that I existed. And nobody knew that the brand existed. And that, by the way, is the only thing that mattered. But then chapter number 2 is I basically tried the exact same thing, but with Shopify dropshipping. At first with very similar products, and then I tried other products as well. Oh boy. So this is the laptop lifestyle pitch, right? You see the YouTube ads, the guy with the Lambo on a beach. I made $50K in a month from my Shopify store. And I bought in, I built a store, I ran Facebook ads, and for about 2 weeks, I got a few sales here and there. I thought I'd cracked it. Then Meta jacked up the CPMs, other people started copying me, selling the exact same products, and it became a race to the bottom.
Surprise,
my ad costs doubled, my margins flatlined,
welcome.
and the truth hit me hard. I was not running a business, I was running a slot machine.
Impressive.
Hey Nova, man, hey everyone, how's it going?
I made went straight back into ad spend. I never
Hey, what's up with all these people in here? Did I get rated?
never owned the customer. I never owned the audience. Meta and the person actually selling the product did. And the
Yeah, I know. How's everything going over there? How's the weather? And as far as the system lying to me, it really can't. I oversee all the progress and help in grade process. The human isn't fully out of the loop in some of the systems. Yeah, that's good. I can, I'm not a researcher, so I don't know, what's good until somebody uses the product.
moment I stopped feeding
Slight rain. How's the humidity? Is it good, dry, or not dry? Like just regular rain?
it cash, the money stopped. So it was the same problem as the booty kit. I was renting traffic.
No idea. Don't go outside. All right, are you still eating the McDonald's, McFlurries, and weird stuff? The junk food stuff?
But I did not own a single
All right, what's this? Same problem as the booty kid. I was renting traffic. Lol, yeah, sadly. Man, Maybe you're young. You're young, so you could just afford to eat all that stuff, I guess. I guess it's fine. As long as it gets you full. You won't develop problems yet at that age, most likely. All right, so it says, but yeah, I'm doing good. You know, product works. Just improving, solving some bugs here and there. I really gotta stop increasing my scope in terms of functionality. I keep thinking of new things, but I gotta like chill and just focus on creating the stable product. The more features, the more crazier it gets, the more stuff to maintain, but like trying to boil the ocean, but sometimes I'm boiling the ocean too much. All right. He didn't own a single human relationship from the people buying his stuff. Okay.
Human relationship with the people buying my stuff. Then let's move on to the next side hustle I tried, which was SMMA, or social media marketing agency. And the pitch here is you sign up for a local business, you run their Facebook ads, you charge them a retainer. And this was of course the Iman Gadzhi era, right? Everyone on YouTube was selling SMMA courses, so I tried it. So I cold DM'd dozens of local businesses every single day. I closed maybe 2 of them, and then I had to actually do the work. And here's what I realized. Even when SMMA works, it is a job. This is not a side hustle. Okay, this is a full-time job. And anyone trying to tell you that this is a side hustle is selling you a load of okay? I remember trying to like go on a date or hang out with my
It's fine. Build out your ideal app in 100,000 features, then tell Fable to convert them into a real production-ready bug-tested app. Make plan for Opus, slow thinking, and then hand it off. I can handle it now. Yeah. I mean, that's what I did, right, for Opus, but I ran out of Opus usage, so yes, it will continue. It will continue. I just, damn, I'm trying my hardest. I just need to stop using auto mode, stop using bypass permission mode, and just stick with auto or plan mode. Keep sticking with plan mode every single time. I gotta stop using auto mode first thing. Maybe I should do that, adjust the mono scale to do that, because that's what I've been doing. It's always in it's just always in the wrong mode.
my friends and my clients would be calling me, telling me to do stuff that I didn't even agree to.
It's not the worst, but I set my prompts in a way that fixes that. Yeah, I just plan and execute meta prompt. Yes. No, it's just when I start up my shell, I start up my Claude, it's always in bypass permissions. It just needs to set up in plan mode. That's the only adjustment that I needed to do.
When we first signed the contract, they basically treated me worse than any of their employees. I was almost like a slave to them. If I didn't do what they wanted me to do, I'd lose the account and then I'd stop making money. And also, if you stop sending DMs, the pipeline dries up. You stop running their ads, or if your ads aren't working really well, they fire you. You take a week off, your income drops by 40%. So I was not building a business, I was building a slightly fancier version of being employed that was about 10 times harder, and I had to work about 10 times more than being employed. And I made less than the amount of money I was making in my normal job, right? No leverage,
nice to see you,
no
Millsy.
audience, no moat, just me.
Man, I always wonder how you guys come in here. It's so late, man. It's so late for you in Scotland, like in Finland and all that stuff. Isn't it late over there? Like, isn't it like in the morning? Like, what time is it over there, guys? What time is it? I don't want to look it up. You guys just tell me. Every time I look it up, I always feel like I'm looking up the wrong time zone.
My laptop and an empty DM inbox. And
all right, so he's saying he's working harder than he usually does, getting client relationships and stuff.
Lots and lots of regrets. Now, I will say that I think SMMA is one of the better options, but if you're thinking of it like a side hustle, it's not. It is not a side hustle at all. You know, and some of these people will tell you, oh, well, you can just get the clients and then you can outsource the work to somebody else. Yeah, you're gonna get fired in about half a week if you do that. But anyways, I digress. The next side hustle I tried was the flipping game, right? So I tried flipping physical products, and then
oh man. Niso's been using Claude Code, I think, for the time being, but maybe, or for this, well, I don't know, maybe they're using both. Maybe they're using both Pi and Claude for their stuff.
Then I tried flipping websites, and then I tried flipping domains.
You're using a lot of
And it's the
things.
same
You're using a lot of things. Okay, got it.
basic idea. You buy something cheap and you sell it for more. And it works sometimes. But here's what nobody tells you. Flipping only works if somebody else already wants what you're selling. You are not building an audience. You are betting that the market does the work for you, right? So some flips worked, most did not. And the ones that did worked because I got lucky and the timing was on my side. But then I noticed something, because some of these side hustles didn't work out for me. Some of them worked, but I couldn't really find sustainable success. But they all had one thing in common. And that is every single one of these side hustles that I tried, the booty kit, Shopify, SMMA, flipping, they all failed for the exact same reason. None of them solved the one problem that actually mattered. And this is the next side.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. The custom harness. The custom harness. Yeah. Want to try that one day, but
hustle on the list. You see, Amazon FBA, dropshipping, SMMA, flipping, these are not bad business models. And by the way, I tried lots of other side hustles outside of that, and people have made fortunes with every single one of the side hustles that I tried. They all work. They just need one thing first,
but
and that is
clean up the repo.
traffic, eyeballs, views, and audience. Without it, every business is a great store in the middle of the desert. Nobody walks by and nobody buys, and it's almost impossible to sell. And when I figured that out, I gave one specific side hustle another shot, the one that actually creates the audience that makes every other side hustle work. And that is side hustle number 5, the traffic engine. So this is the one that actually worked, and that was YouTube, right? I tried it.
Agent operating system, agent kernel, don't even know anymore. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, even the word harness doesn't seem like a good word for Claude Code, Pi, and all that other stuff. It's just an app. It's just an app. It's an app.
Fresh mate!
Quit it, I came back to it, and the second time around, it changed everything for me. So YouTube is not just a side hustle. YouTube is the foundation that every other side hustle on the list actually needs to work. So here's the analogy. Picture a city. The real estate prices in any city depend on one thing, which is foot traffic. You can put the exact same building in the middle of the desert or on Times Square.
Everyone.
Same building, wildly different value, because Times Square has the foot traffic. YouTube is Times Square. Everything else that you sell, the products, the services, the coaching.
All right, YouTube is Times Square. Okay. I need to read everything else you sell. So, okay.
The courses, the ads, the sponsorship, it sits on top of that traffic. And the way that I actually figured all this out is I had a mentor, and his name was Sam. And at the time, I was living in a house full of 7 other guys, all trying to figure out their next move. This was supposed to be like an entrepreneur house. Some of them were entrepreneurs, some of them, let's just say, weren't. But I met Sam during this time, and he was basically from Lebanon, and he barely spoke English. And he ran a wedding photography business in Las Vegas, and he had a very small YouTube channel, less than 10,000 subscribers, and he was using that to feed into his wedding photography business. And not only was he selling packages for wedding photography, but he was also selling courses as well. Now, his channel had less than 10,000 subscribers, and he was making between $10,000 to $20,000 a month between all of his sources of income from his wedding photography business. Now, at the time, I had spent a lot of time in LA. I'd met influencers and YouTubers that had millions of subscribers and millions of followers and were completely broke. They could barely pay their rent. And here was this guy with less than 10,000 subscribers making more money than most of them. So Sam taught me what a proper monetization method actually looks like. And he taught me how a small channel can make big money if you do it right. And once I figured that out, everything changed for me. I started getting incredible results myself with my YouTube channel, and I started teaching it to other people. Take Carla. She's a community member of mine. Her channel had about 1,400 subscribers, and most of her videos had under 200 views. Like, most of her videos were literally only getting 100 to 200 views if she was lucky. And she was able to land a single client contract, just one single client contract worth over $106,000 from her videos, right? 1,400 subscribers, 100 to 200 views per video, $106,000 for a single client contract. Because in her niche, the audience is so specific and so high value that one viewer can be worth $10,000 or more. And that is the entire premise of every play that I'm about to show you. Now, here's the part that nobody told me back then. The reason that 99% of people who try YouTube quit before they get there is the amount of time that they think it takes to make a YouTube video. And a lot of that has to do with the script. So writing a YouTube video used to take like 10 to 15 hours. If you wanted to write like like a really good one. You had to find the idea, do the research, structure it. You had to write it. You had to do the hooks. Then afterwards, you'd have to record it and do the editing. And for most people, that is the whole job. But Claude just deleted that bottleneck. So here's how to get started with this. Pick a niche with an affluent audience, right? It doesn't have to be a super affluent audience, but generally speaking, if you pick a niche that people from first world English speaking countries are interested in, then it's probably going to be a pretty good niche. But so it doesn't have to be the biggest possible audience, but it does have to be the most valuable audience. Then drop the niche into Claude using the prompt below. Get a 30 video content calendar with titles, hooks, and structures. Then buy a $30 tripod or just put your camera on top of a stack of books, record on your phone, or even record on the webcam on your laptop, and then upload weekly. The traffic is what is going to unlock everything else in the video. So like I said, the Claude prompt is up on the screen. You can just literally screenshot it, put it into Claude. Make sure you have it interview you until it has enough context to give you a good answer. Now, by the way, I'm going to put a bundle of Claude prompts and Claude skills down below that you can follow along with while you do this video. So click down there to check that out. Now, by the way, if you're thinking you need a fancy camera or anything like that, I'm totally 100% serious when I say that you can literally just use your phone or use the webcam on your laptop. If you don't believe me, just look at our community member, Nurse Jen. Nurse Jen literally just used her laptop and the webcam on her laptop and recorded these videos. And within the first month of posting, she had 2 videos get to over 500,000 views, and she was making a full-time income from her channel. And she was doing it literally just talking about stuff that she already talks about with her patients every single day. And if you're thinking, well, Shane, I have no idea what niche to choose. Well, you're in luck because we created a Claude Skills niche validator that has been trained on thousands of hours of helping people choose their ideal niche. And we are giving it away at the free live training that we are doing this week. So click the link in the description in the pinned comment below to attend that. All right, guys, quick break. This video is sponsored well, especially if you have an audience. And the first one is the waiting room. So remember SMMA chapter 3, cold DMing local businesses? Well, this is the same business model, sort of, but flipped. Instead of chasing clients, clients chase you. So most people in the help businesses or do something for clients world are running on cold email outreach, and that is a never-ending hamster wheel. You DM 100 people, 98 of them ignore you, 2 reply, and probably none of them sign up. But if you're really lucky, maybe 1 signs up, probably like once a week or once a month, and then tomorrow you gotta do it again. This is the model that broke me 3 side hustles ago. Now, there is a different model, and it's called the waiting room. Okay, so here's the analogy. Picture a doctor, specifically a specialist with all the right credentials on the wall. Does that doctor have to cold call patients? Of course not. The waiting room is full because the diplomas on the wall do the selling for him. Now, by the time someone is in the waiting room, they're not asking, are you qualified? They're asking, when can you see me? And on YouTube, every video you upload is another diploma on the wall. So by the time someone watches 20 of your videos, they've already decided that you are the expert, right? They booked the call and you just have to show up, right? So there's not really much convincing that you have to do. The most selling you have to do is just being like a cashier. And of course, you can easily hire other cashiers to do that for you. So a good example of this is Josh, who's a community member of mine, right? So when Josh first started working with us, he was making less than $1,000 a month, and we helped him get all the way up to $186,000 in a single month. And he works in the IT and cybersecurity niche. This is a big technical career. And of course, he hated cold outreach. He's an introvert and he does not want to be cold outreaching to people. But he built a YouTube channel teaching the stuff that he was already good at, the exact problems that his future clients were trying to solve. And he has pulled an estimated $186,000 in a single month from that channel. And he did this as a small audience at the time, and now he's grown his channel to over 200,000 subscribers. No ads, no cold DMing CEOs. He uploads videos, the right people watch them, they book a call, or they join his program, and deals close on autopilot. So the diploma wall sells for him while he sleeps. And the only thing standing between most people and this exact result is writing the scripts and doing a lot of the busy work required to do a video. And that is what Claude eliminates. So pick the skills that you already know, the ones that maybe your current job pays you for already, or the ones that your friends keep asking you about because you're really good at it, or something that you just obsessively watch stuff on and you're really obsessed with it and you're just very passionate about it. And again, attend the live training if you're not sure what to pick, but then decide what you want to sell the people in your waiting room. Coaching, done-for-you services, consulting, or a high-ticket program. And then drop your topic into Claude using the prompt below. And record your first 5 videos, and each one is another diploma on the wall. So like I said, here's the prompt. Copy and paste this, fill in the blanks. And then, of course, as always, ask it to interview you until it has enough context to give you the best answer. And that is how you can get started. Okay, so next side hustle is going to be the build once product side hustle. So remember chapter 3, SMMA, where I said when you stop working, the income stops? Well, this is the exact opposite opposite of that. You build the thing once and it sells while you sleep for years. So you can build one thing this year that pays you for the next 10. So most people trade time for money. You work an hour, you get paid for an hour. But there is a different game, and it's called the asset game. You spend a month building a digital product like a course, a book, a template, a piece of software. Then for the next 10 years, that thing pays you in your sleep. Every download, every purchase, every recurring subscription. So the analogy here is, think about a blacksmith versus a swordsmith. The blacksmith forges 100 swords a year. He gets paid for each one. He stops swinging the hammer, the income stops. The swordsmith designs one legendary sword that the king's army adopts, and every blade forged for the next 50 years pays him a royalty. One traded time, the other built an asset. YouTube is the king's court. You walk in, you show the court your work,
hey Alpine,
your design.
How's it going?
From that point forward, the design pays you forever. So a great example of someone who does this is Sean Dolwitt. He's a community member of mine, and Sean publishes books, Kindle Direct Publishing, or KDP to be exact, and he has been doing it for years. And when we first started working together, he was making about $30,000 a month from his book business and on YouTube. And he used YouTube to drive traffic to the book funnels or different book-related products like affiliate marketing products, as well as his book-related course teaching other people how to do that. And we helped him grow his channel to the point where he went all the way from about $30,000 a month to over $500,000 in a single month. So $500,000 a month from a digital product that he built once that sells while he sleeps. And what is the hardest part about building a digital product? Well, it's the content itself, the outline, the chapters, the structure, the copy, the funnel emails, the sales page, all of which Claude can now do for you in a day. And I'm not even kidding about this. So here's how to start. Pick a topic where you already have either A, expertise that other people are asking you about, or B, you have done a thing that other people want to do. So decide on a digital format like Kindle book, course,
Alpine needs to make a book.
course, template, swipe file, software, audio, program, etc. Drop your topic into Claude using the prompt below, build the asset in one focused week, and then promote it on YouTube for the next 10 years. So we did this with
Art is dead. This makes me kind of sad. Oh no.
resume templates, for instance, and we were making $10,000 a month with resume templates or more. We don't really do that as much anymore, but we're still passively making some money from that business that we created where we just built a bunch of really good resume templates. And yeah, this prompt, which I'll put up on the screen, just copy and paste it, fill in the information, have it interview you until it has enough context to give you a good answer, and that'll get you started. All right, so the next one is the quiet monopoly, and this is the one that nobody talks about. This is the one where your audience size is small.
That's all interesting. Industry, oh man.
But you own that audience. And owning a small, affluent audience is literally like a money printing press. And I want to tell you right now that audience size does not make money. Audience value does. And most YouTubers chase subs. They want the next golden play button. They want to crack 1 million. And then they get there and they realize that their RPM is $3 and they have to run giveaways to keep the algorithm happy because they need millions and millions of views to make it.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was sort of weird, guys. Sort of cringe. I see Bridgemine do that too. He's like, I'm giving away some Bitcoin or something like that. Like and subscribe and something, and I'm giving away like some coin or something like that. Sort of weird. Sort of weird. Especially at his age.
Give full-time income. Meanwhile, someone with 60,000 subscribers in the right niche is pulling 80 grand a month. Here's the math that nobody teaches. Total
Man, he's just saying 60K like no tomorrow. Like it's that easy, guys. It's that easy to get 60K subscribers.
revenue is not viewers times 1. It's viewers times the value per viewer. Here's an analogy. 2 channels, right? Channel 1 is a fast fashion lifestyle content. It has 100,000 viewers, and each viewer is worth about $1 a year to that creator, so that's a total of 100,000 a year. Channel 2 is an independent jewelry designer for couples buying engagement rings. 5,000 viewers. Each viewer is worth $1,000 a year. That is a total of $5 million a year. Same total time.
Yeah, we need to make my what do you call it? Does that have a side thing here where my segment pipeline should just be making videos. Segment pipeline, make videos. What happened? Hooks has changed. Trust all. Continue. All right. Mono. Update my segment pipeline to keep making videos as I'm live or not live. It should always keep like removing all the dead air from all the existing videos and then publishing it as a video. Sigma, I'm sorry, but I'll never give you $1,000. Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. It should also not crash my stream while I'm live. But we still need this all to work. All right.
time spending making the videos.
2 donkeys and a kiwi. Like Alpine's like, I'm not giving you $1,000 yet. Yet.
But 100 times the revenue because the audience value is wildly different. So this is the most undertaught concept on the entire platform. So here's a really good example of this. Nicole, she's a community member of mine, and her channel is called GRC for Mere Mortals. Now, GRC stands for Governance, Risk, and Compliance.
Hey.
This is corporate cybersecurity stuff that most people would think is the most boring topic on earth, but it pays really, really well if you get into it. Now, her channel has about 60,000 subscribers, and when she first started working with me, she had about 85 subscribers. And we helped her get to $80,000 in a single month well before she got to 60,000 subs, because she is helping people get into a super high-paying job where there's a massive amount of demand. And that's not the craziest story. Our client, Carla, has about 1.5 thousand subs, gets 100 to 200 views per video, and she closed a 6-figure contract worth over $106,000, right? So it's not about the size of the audience, it's about the value that your channel creates. So in Nicole's case, she is targeting people that are usually already making really good money, probably $50,000 to $100,000 a year in their job, but they want to upskill and get a job where they can make $150,000 or $200,000 or even $300,000 a year. And it's very obvious that she can help them get into these jobs. Then in Carla's case, she's targeting a super affluent audience of business owners that want her to help them to recruit massive teams of people, typically from the Philippines or South America. And this is a very affluent audience, right? Business owners in this case have a ton of money. And so it is super easy to make money from these people, even if she only gets 100 to 200 views per video. And the coolest thing about this is nobody knows that it's working, right? A lot of people see these channels and they have no idea how much money these channels are making. Now, some of my anonymous clients get a couple hundred views per video. They make over 2 million a year. Another anonymous client gets about 500 to 1,000 views per video and makes over $10 million a year on YouTube with a channel that's about 30 to 40,000 subs. And of course, these clients are anonymous. They don't want any competition. And so you would never know that they're making money, but they are. Okay, so you can definitely make a lot of money getting a lot of views. That's what I do on this channel, but you can also make a lot of money without having to get a lot of views too. Okay, so the next side hustle is what I like to call the cold start. And this is one for anybody watching this thinking, okay, Shane, that sounds great, but I am not a YouTuber. I've never made a video. I don't have a niche. I'm starting from zero. Good. Because the entire reason that this is on the list is that starting from zero is no longer the disadvantage that it used to be. See, the skill gap that used to take years to close, Claude just closed it in a weekend. 5 years ago, starting a YouTube channel from scratch required actual skill. You had to learn to write, you had to learn to structure videos, you had to learn the formats, and most beginners gave up at video 3. But today, the biggest beginner barrier, writing the scripts, is gone. And a lot of the other busy work that's required when it comes to doing a YouTube video is gone as well because of Claude. So Claude writes the scripts, you record, you upload, and you learn as you go. And the most important thing about this play is that you can be
Is this guy gonna pitch? Oh, he did several times. We just skipped it.
anybody from any background at any age and any experience level. Here's an analogy. Picture 2 people learning chess. Person 1, back in the year 2000, they had to read books, memorize openings, play hundreds of games against people who are way better than them, and it took years to become decent. Person 2, today, they open an app, and AI shows them in real time the best move every single turn, and they are playing at an intermediate level in a matter of a few weeks. The skill gap got compressed. The barrier...
All right, when I look at him, he's reading the transcript, right? He's reading the script, and he looks at the camera every now and then. But since I have my eyes thingy, I could just look at the script and just say it. I could just look at the script and just say the whole thing.
shrunk. And this is what Claude did to YouTube script writing. So it no longer takes you half a decade to get really good at this. And by the way, the chess analogy is really great because we have a community member named Nathan Rose who only has about...
Yeah, Claude wrote the script. Claude wrote the script, but he has to still do the pictures, the informational stuff, and set it up correctly, right? Claude doesn't do that. Claude sucks at that. Claude is so bad.
5,000 subscribers, but he's already making about 6 figures a year from his YouTube channel. And the reason he's doing that is because he's not just teaching chess, he's teaching busy adults how to improve their chess. And typically he's targeting people who were adult learners, meaning they didn't learn chess when they were a kid. And he got to a 2000 rating himself as an adult learner, which is a lot harder to do than if you learn chess as a kid. And he teaches other people how to do the same thing. And another example is my brother, Zach. So Zach spent 30 years in the trades, hands-on physical work, and he never uploaded a YouTube video in his life until about a year ago. Okay, I helped him pick a niche, which was careers in the trades, right? Helping other people choose the right trade career for them because he had actually lived it, right? He knew the audience because he was the audience when he first got started. And plus, he got asked all the time by younger people what trade career they should go into. And so he just made a YouTube channel answering the same questions that he answered when people asked him. And he used Claude for every single script. And by day 29, he had his first $214 in a single day from AdSense. So he went from zero to a full-time income. So here's how to get started. Make a list of every normal job that you've ever had in your life. Pick the one that you have the most years in, and that is your niche. Drop it into Claude using the prompt below, record on your phone, upload weekly, and do not quit before video 30. So again, this is the prompt. You can screenshot it, put it into Claude, fill in the blanks, and then tell it to interview you until it has the correct context it needs to give you the best answer. All right, so next is the compound play. And this one is the ceiling. This is the thing that's possible if you do all of the other ones correctly over time, and that is the compound play, right? So the true payoff of YouTube is not being viral, right? It's not going viral, it's compounding. Most people on YouTube are chasing the wrong metric. They're chasing the viral moment.
Link the vid and timestamp. Okay. Right here. Vid and timestamp. All right. Sure. Copy. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Headshot.
Right? They want the video that gets to 1 million views.
You're welcome.
They want that one video that explodes. That is the lottery ticket play. Most people lose, but there is a different play. It is the play used by every quietly wealthy creator in my community. So you layer monetization, you compound the audience, and you add an income stream every single quarter, and then you reinvest the profits. Year 1, you're at $5,000 a month. Year 3, you're at 40,000. Year 5, you're at 200,000. So it's no
Year
one
one, $5,000 a month. Damn.
It's just
Mrs. Sigma will like that. I'll be able to pay my my Claude subscriptions and stuff.
compounding. Now, an analogy here is compound interest, right? Most people understand it intellectually, but almost nobody respects how violent it actually is. Year 1, your investment grows 8%. Forgettable. Year 15, it's tripled. Year 30, it's unrecognizable from where you started. The first few years feel pointless. Then the curve breaks vertical. YouTube plus Claude plus layered monetization works exactly the same way. We've gotten 6-figure sales from videos that we posted over 5 years ago. So every single time we post a video, it's like a little soldier that just goes out and gets us views, gets us subscribers, and makes us money for the rest of its life. And who knows how long its life is going to be. Content lasts a long time. People might still be watching our stuff 15 or 20 or 30 years from now. So a good example of this is Felix, and he's a community member of mine. Now, Felix runs a YouTube channel in the investing niche, and he has been layering monetization for years. Courses, affiliate deals, he started a software, he's got a high-ticket coaching programs, he's got sponsorships, etc., etc. And he is currently doing multiple 8 figures a year. He is literally #1 in his niche. Read that again. 8 figures from one YouTube channel and layered monetization on top. So he did not have to have a viral moment, he had a compounded curve. And if you think that that is the tops that you can get to, well, it's not. Just as an example, Physics Walla started by posting videos in his parents' basement, literally tutoring Indian kids on how to pass different physics-related exams. Then he grew his channel and he launched a company called Physics Walla that's now worth $5.2 billion, right? So the side hustle is just the start, but this is an asset that can compound for you over the years. It can help you develop your network, right? Reach out to people. Josh, for instance, had companies reaching out to him, offering him his dream jobs. These are companies that usually you have to apply to for years to get into, and they were reaching out to him.
That's big,
it can also
guys.
help you grow your network. I got equity in a company that's probably gonna get sold for 9 or maybe even 10 figures because of my YouTube channel. So YouTube opens all those indirect and direct ways of making money for you that you could never even imagine were possible. And it's the only one on this list that truly can be started as a side hustle. There is nothing stopping you from recording a video this week and posting it. And
I noticed he didn't mention anything about creating a product and selling it online. He mentioned it once, but not that. He just like glazed through it. Everything is literally YouTube at this point and ads. YouTube ads and some leads.
Next week, recording another one and then another one after that, and it only takes a couple hours a week max. Even if you're doing 3 videos a week, you can do it in less than 4 hours a week, just like my brother did. So again, if you want to learn how to do that, click the link in the description in the pinned comment below.
All right.
below to attend the live. Free Claude skills and Claude prompts and enjoy those as well. You're going to attend our live trainings, pick your niche, and get a ton of value out of that too.
All right. Then he pinches the rest of his stuff. Okay, got it. Good. All right. We were inspired to make the basic 7 video, but we didn't get to like go through it. We didn't get to do the 6-7 video. Where is the 6-7 video? Oh my gosh. Teleprompter, 6-7 days. Oh, okay. It's not even like set up. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm just gonna have to like record from scratch, I guess. Record on YouTube. Look at YouTube. Ah, guys. Damn. I gotta put in the work. I just gotta just fake it till I make it. All right. Just bio break. Play some music. Am I gonna focus on YouTube now? I'm always streaming though. The thing is, everything that I'm doing, I just need to edit the video that I just live streamed, and then just post it as a video. That's my content. That's my content. I don't want to do pre-recorded or anything like that. I just want to do it live. Screw it. Yeah, I'm just gonna be a reaction AI video viewer, streamer, whatever, YouTuber. Oh, I didn't play the music? What happened? Cyber, this AI can hack you in 30 seconds. Engineer reacts. Yeah, exactly. Security expert reacts. AI just broke everything we know about passwords. AI hacked my own systems. I didn't think this was possible. we gotta copy the biggest reactor of all time, guys. We gotta copy his titles. We gotta copy his style. Not style. We'll just keep our regular style. We just need his titles. How does he title his video? This is the most American game ever. Let her cook. The whole internet tuned on this movie. Okay, they're not AI generated titles. For one, you could tell because everything is not in capital letters. Begins with capital letters. Every word is lowercase except for the first letter. He has some uppercase letters sometimes. All right, now I have to play the role of being my own editor. We have to go back to videos I made weeks ago. And then just go on with that. Right, it's the one, let's see. Man, we have lots of content to create, guys. When did I become a reactor? That's the thing. When did I start reacting to YouTube videos? We have to go that far back, guys. That far back. Oh, wait. Okay, we're reacting to day 9. Day 9, we're already reacting to stuff. Oh my goodness. 7? No. All right. All right, let's create a list. We're just gonna create. We're just gonna create a spreadsheet to track all this. All right. All right. We're gonna create a spreadsheet. Am I AI? No. All right. React list. All right. Day 9. Day status. And we're starting on day 9. All right. Day 9. We're doing it live, guys. We're doing it live. We only need to get like, what? Like 3 minutes, 10 minutes per video. All right, guys. We're gonna figure out how to do this manually first, and then we figure out how to do it. Normally. All right. This looks like crazy. This looks like crazy. All right. 6. Day 6. Day 4. Day 4 looks pretty crazy. All right. Let's look at day 9. Day 9. User interface. You could actually type in a terminal. All right. Where am I reacting to YouTube videos? This is just me recording. This is me recording myself. This is me sleeping while recording. All right. Let's see this one. This one's me coding. Coding. SigmaShake. You mic. My mic is far away. Sorry. It's far away. This better? Alright, hopefully it's better. Alright, I'm just scanning. Scanning here. It's glitching. Testing. Oh, it is glitching. It is glitching. Testing. Nope. Testing. Yep, it's glitching again. Testing. Testing. Hello. Alright. Hopefully that works. Alright. Let's see here. So just start some drama.
My Telegram, this right here is my mission control that I run everything through.
Scoping
This is
it.
a sample one on my new desktop, but it gives you the idea. Now, the cool thing about this is you're not constrained by any limitations in Hermes. So, for example, I can come over to anti-gravity or
This
basic
looks so bad.
code.
This looks a little bit bad. Maybe I fast forward. Fast forward. Let me just go to a time I had better takes. 59, 50, 60. I really gotta just create videos the next day in the morning. How about that? Alright, let's just go backwards. Let's go backwards. Let's go 17 hours ago. Alright, let's try this one. That way it's not too late content. Right? Alright, going live. Alright, which one was this one? Should I do Nick? Do I say something for Nick? I think I was watching this when I was eating. I tend to watch videos when I'm eating. This was just me munching on stuff while recording stuff, reacting to stuff. What's this? Oh, there's the reacting. This is reacting to something 7 years ago. What would we even do for this one? The StarCraft one? And we can't just create videos just like this. Which one was this one? Yeah, like, how do I do this, guys? How do I do this? Oops, I ran to my microphone again. Wait. Oh, I gotta turn that off. I kept listening to myself. Alright, let's just make sure there's no YouTube content left. Make sure we watch everything. And Mudahar is just launching, kicking out, cranking out content all the time. Oh, this one was interesting. Whatever this was, guys. Oh wait, never mind. Man, he really needs to. These people get good thumbnails. Clickbaits me. Where is the joy? Where's the joy, guys? The heck? That was the old one?
And while I often tout the praises of AI and how much positivity it brings to our development, there are some things that I wish we didn't have to sacrifice as a result. The feeling of fixing a bug pre-AI can never be felt again. I remember spending hours reading code that I had written myself, trying to uncover things that I wrote. And when I read through my own code base, I'm like, who wrote this? But then I remember that I wrote it. And after 2 hours of looking up and down the code, scanning every single line, every function, putting console logs, every goddamn other step, finally uncovering the bug and fixing the bug. The amount of dopamine that was felt is something that you unfortunately likely never experience again now that we have AI tools. While there are times you do need to wrestle with the AI, instead of fixing a bug, it is guiding the AI to do so. And this just does not hit as hard. I don't think it ever will. The value of GitHub, there was a point in time where every repo was a badge of honor. It's like you uncovered a treasure chest of code, often completely jumbled. Even if it was spaghetti code, you were still uncovering something that felt magical. It was something you could put on your resume, and it was actually taken somewhat seriously. Right? If I saw a project on a resume, I knew you wrote it. I knew you coded it up, and it was all you. When I see a project on your resume now, I kind of just assume this. And that's not to say it doesn't take a lot of work. Definitely with AI, you still end up spending a lot of time working on projects. But unfortunately, we're in an era where there's just so much junk as a result of the early onset of AI. Right? It's kind of like how YouTube, when it first started off, the quality barrier went up over time. It used to be you could just straight up upload 2 FPS camera footage, and it was like we were watching a movie compared to everything else that was on there. And nowadays the quality has gone up so freaking high. My videos are absolute dog, and there's definitely still a lot of dog water videos on the internet. But when you're looking at top subscribed channels, whether it be in the development space or anywhere else, they have high editing budget, high recording budget. Me personally, I whip these up. Never gonna get to the higher echelons of YouTube. This is where we're at right now with GitHub repos. We're at the early set. Obviously GitHub has been around for a long time. Now we're really in a new era where the quality bar is just gonna start off terrible, which is where we're at now, and over time it will ramp up. And it makes me wonder and wish we had something like an in-between repo. Maybe somebody has some startup idea, but I think it would be really cool if GitHub was for straight production-worthy code only, to where we can link it on a resume and people take it serious. And then there's an in-between repo where it's, you know, the basic garbage in-between step. Because right now, right, it's hard to decipher what's garbage and what's not with GitHub. There's just too many. I feel like we had a freaking car show type of repo storage where only the, you know, fine-tuned products come in. This would be nice, right? It'd be nice to have a place where we can link it on a resume and not feel like it's...
Yeah, that would be interesting if like GitHub had like an AI GitHub, so you really couldn't upload AI related code to GitHub. You had to do it for the AI version of GitHub, so that way you could immediately tell. But nowadays with Chrome MCPs and how AI is writing stuff to be whatever you want it to be, it's confusing. You can't distinguish it as much anymore. I guess if it's something that's completely super organized, it's created by AI. Otherwise, it's just a, you know, human. Hard to tell now. Really hard to tell.
It's just going to be laughed at and thrown out. But this is the reality. This is what we have given up. So I wanted to include that. Being a genius to non-geniuses. Now what I mean by this, dude, my dad, he just hit 50 years old and he's addicted to vibe coding. He calls me up every other day about projects he's working on. He's talking to me about Obsidian, anti-gravity, talking about agentic stuff. Like he's fully immersed into the AI world, and he's never touched code in his life. And so pre-AI, you know, it was like, you're a genius. But now he knows, right? He has a taste of it. He knows how much work goes into these apps. It's kind of like when somebody has a PC issue in your household. This is my rendition of a computer. This is a CD-ROM. Fortunately, in the hardware realm, vibe coding hasn't touched yet, and so there is still some sense of this. Still get to feel like tech support, and it feels good, right? When somebody has a computer issue and all you ended up doing was restarting the computer and you feel like a god, this feels great. A lot of the times you can feel smart to non-smart people with very bare minimum. That's gone now, at least in the software realm. Flow state. Now I will say I do personally still hit flow state with AI, but not nearly at the level that I did pre-AI. Dude, pre-AI, you pretty much had to enter flow state to accomplish anything. Kind of going back to fixing the bug, the only way you could fix this bug is if you were completely 100% locked in. There was no getting away. Nowadays, you can kind of get away with just sending a prompt, going for a freaking walk, then coming back, and technically you haven't lost any progress. Your productivity didn't go down from this interaction. Sometimes. There are times where really, if you're doing a lot of back and forth prompting, you do kind of want to get into a flow state. I find it hard to stay in the mindset of prompting if I go for this walk. Definitely still some flow state that I achieve through the prompt, but nowhere near at the level that was being achieved with coding. Absolutely not. Although we'll never fully get these back, I think it's on us to find a way to enjoy it again. There's this article here that I kind of want to quickly go through. It's from Jonathan Fulton, posted on Medium. I'll add a link in the description. He starts off by saying, I used to guard my flow like a dragon guards gold. Block the calendar, disable Slack, close every tab except the code. Get in the zone, stay in the zone, and protect the zone at all costs. That's how I shipped my best work. Now he shows kind of how his workflow was pre-AI and post-AI. And you can see here in the before AI, right, he'd start typing, he would hit a snag, such as syntax library or whatever error, and he'd have to, break his flow. And this sucked, and it still sucks. Nobody wants to have this dissonance. And so the benefit that AI gives us, right, we don't get the feeling of fixing a bug, but we also don't get as much context break. He finishes his article by saying, we're only a year into the AI coding revolution. This is a bit wrong. I think the article was posted this year. I would argue the AI coding revolution really started probably about 2023. He says, the flow states are already transforming. I suspect the programmers who thrive in this era won't be the ones who type the fastest. They'll be the ones who can sustain architectural thinking for hours at a time. Now, I've always said that really, to me, the people that could win out ultimately are the ones who are good at communication, at least in type form, right? English majors have a massive advantage. They don't even realize. If you can clearly articulate your ideas through the prompt, at least in the AI coding space, that is a huge advantage. I think the ideal world, you're an English major with an engineering background, but really you can't have both typically. You could, but most people don't. And so if you're an engineer, if you're trying to level up, you should really focus in on how you can communicate yourself clearly over text. And then it goes both ways, right? Because if you know English really well, but you don't know how a scalable system is engineered, your prompts are just not going to be as effective, right? So these two things culminate into an effective prompt. And he mentions, typing fast won't really benefit you, but it kind of does actually. And the reason I say this is because there's a certain amount of latency, right? When you're thinking of an idea and you're translating it onto the screen, right? There's a definite latency that happens here. And if your brain is so worried about typing...
What the... sorry. I pressed out of reaction, I pressed my typing button. Or
point where,
speech to text button.
You're typing at 80 to probably at least 120 words per minute. That idea is straight into the prompt. You're ready to go and you're ready to move on to the next task. So I would say typing fast does help, but that's not really the point of the argument here. And so where am I getting at? Well, as I mentioned, whichever camp you're in, at the end of the day, we're trying to produce a product. I think it's on us as engineers, find a way to enjoy it again. Yes, we'll never get the feeling of fixing a bug the way we had pre-AI. Yes, GitHub will never feel the same. These things will never come back. There's nothing we can do. Cat is out of the bag. But what we can do is we can chip away at our workflow and find a way to enjoy it the way we used to. Right, I was talking about flow state. There's a way you can achieve flow state in agentic coding using more agents, right? If you have enough money to do so. Thinking about the next prompt. I could list off a few things where really you do end up entering a flow state with AI coding. There's also a world, where you don't need to use AI for everything. One of the things the article mentions is how you leave the flow state when you're coding. And he mentions, hitting a snag and context switching. AI gets this part now. It can do this part for you. And so if you're using AI as a pure assistant, guess what? All you have to do is the fun stuff. He even bold text this, right? AI agents don't interrupt the flow. They absorb the interruption. This is a wonderful quote. If you're in the camp where you're anti-AI, which everyone is in their right to do, and you're using it as an AI agent's assistant instead of taking on the entire steering wheel, you can still enter this flow state absolutely, because you're no longer having to get weighed down by documentation and searching for a silly bug because of a human error. And so in both camps, you can achieve flow state. And then for the rest of these, really, it's about finding a way to get this enjoyment in a post-AI era. It's on you as a software engineer to find the fun again. And me personally, I'm still doing this day to day, right? I've yet to feel what it feels like to fix a bug with AI at the same level. But I am getting a sense of dopamine that I get from single prompting something. Concept of one-shotting early AI, I think it was frowned upon because it meant that you were working on something really simple. But now it's like, hey, if you really doctor up a good prompt, this is an achievable goal even for a complex thing. That can give you a good feeling. There's a lot of things that you can do with AI coding that gets you this enjoyment. You can sit around and complain about all the things that AI has taken away from us, but at the end of the day, it doesn't change the end goal here. Find a way to make it still benefit your workflow, right? Don't hinder your ability to deliver just because you refuse to use AI. Use it as an assistant. Have it do the things that get in your way. If you're pro AI, find ways that you can contribute manually that don't have a negative impact on the end result and allow you to achieve these things that you miss and you enjoyed doing manual code. At the end of the day, the goal is to feel like this with coding. Sitting around and complaining about it won't get you there. Try new things, try new frameworks. I know me personally, I've moved around a lot with my workflow. I started off with Visual Studio Code and GitHub Copilot, absolute caveman of a workflow. Now I'm using Pi and Codex and all these other tools. And so I've found things that have given me more enjoyment. And likely when I check back with myself a year from now, a lot of things will still change, right? I think the things that you enjoy to do now, you'll realize, hey, maybe this way is better. If you're doing something and you're not enjoying it anymore, maybe you should just change how you're approaching the problem. Change what tools you're using, because not everyone enjoys the same tools. It goes the same way with models, right? Just because Opus 4.8 or GPT 5.5, or I guess Fable 5 now, just because these are flagship models does not mean you need to use these. In some cases, you might prefer a smaller model with more constraints. Some people work better like this, right? When you know the model you're using is limited, it forces you to do the anti-AI coding workflow, which can oftentimes lead to better ideas and better execution. You never know. So don't think that just because this is promoted as the best means it is truly the best in all cases. You might be somebody that benefits from a smaller model. So I encourage you to try new things and see and find what works for you. I'm sad we'll never experience these again, but I'm also excited to find what I do enjoy when it comes to AI coding. And I hope 10 years from now, I can look back on them. And instead of looking at this list and missing it, I'll look at it and I'll say, hey, I'm very much glad we do not have to deal with this stuff anymore.
Yeah, sort of glad as well that we don't have to deal with debugging hard problems with code anymore. What a treat. What a treat. What a treat. Oh, yeah, we didn't subscribe to Jordan, but we watched most of his videos. Somehow it just shows up, guys. It just shows up on the feed. It started really weird. We watched, what was the first one we watched? The first one we watched was, I think, one of these ones, or was it this one? This one. Yeah, it's Y Combinator overrated. That was one of the first ones. And then he just kept posting every single day almost of the same thing. Same thing. You know what we gotta do? We gotta practice as part of the routine. We gotta practice Excel Draw or whatever that tool is. What was the tool called? Where'd it go? Where'd that tool go? Man. Oh, here it is. Let's do that to survive or something. Practice this. Practice. We gotta practice. Oh, back to the music. Where's our schedule? We'll have that as a thing to practice. How do we practice this? We gotta select all, delete. Should we have our own custom font too? Fonts. Oh, X got font. Oh, Fira. Oh, we can't install our own font too, huh? I guess it's just part. It's just what we have to deal with, huh? All right. First things first. Grabbing. What does the grab do? And what's the hotkey? H. Oh, I have to like. This is 1. V or 1. H. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. And then this. And, all right. I'm gonna have to use two hands and both hands on keyboard plus mouse. Pictures. All right, pictures. We got eraser. We got more tools. Frame tool. What does a frame tool do? Layers. Opacity. Okay. Actions. Duplicate. Trash. Link. Place link here. Okay. So one is just moving the canvas or something. Selection. All right. One is selection. Two is rectangle. Right, rectangle. How big do we want our rectangles? This big? Boom. Boom. Sloppiness. Less sloppy. More sloppy. Default sloppy. Max sloppy. Oh, it's the little wavy thingies. Okay, got it. Less sloppy. Or, yeah, we can have some sloppiness. Edges. Curved. Pointy. Curved, pointy. Opacity. Alright, opacity. Layers. Back layer. Front layer. Send to back. Control shift. Oh my goodness. They have a lot of layers. Okay. Stroke width. Thin. Thin arrows. Arrows. I don't like how it just disappears. Let's do that. All right. Arrow type straight. Straight arrow. Straight arrow. Straight arrow. Straight arrow. Select all. Delete. Huh? Right. 5. Straight arrow. 4. Dotted arrow. Thick dotted arrow. Bold arrow. Oh, dot. All right. Regular arrow. Okay. 5. Bam. 5. 4. Oh, 4. We didn't do 4. Circles. Boom. 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 Then, what's this? Line? 6. Lines. All right. I'm gonna definitely need to just click this one. Can't control Z for these ones for some reason. And then this. That was bad. That was bad. I think we need like an Apple Pencil or something for this one. Yeah, that's gonna be difficult. Very difficult. But typing is good. So don't draw, even though it's very tempting. Pictures. How do they add pictures? I think you just skipped pictures. You got the pictures in, and then bam. What's Excel Draw Plus? All right, what's plus? Is it like team based? Probably. It's probably team based, huh? Team based. Comments. Yeah, that seems like it. And you can host it. Is it a desktop app? Probably. Excel.trom. Source is part of the repository. Apps as well. Real-time collab. Okay. Okay. Fog, security, and compliance. Enterprise coming soon. So even they have something involved. Enterprise, but something. Trust center, trust. Okay. They have sub-processors. It's a lot of sub-processors from all well-known companies. Resources. Probably should set up ours like that too. I like this format. Definitely like this format. Alright, we practiced. I think we got everything. I think we just need to figure out the picture situation. What's the picture situation gonna be like? We just need to download all the reactionary stuff. All the reactionary stuff. Alright. Got stuff there. Oh, my leg's so sore. Legs so sore. Alright, let's see what GPT says. And you could share it. What's this? Select an item on canvas, add it here. Oh, you could download what? Memes? Memes. So you just download a bunch of images of people? Is that what he did? There's a lot of stuff. Baby characters? What? Go. Oh. Add to Excel draw. Add library equals libraries. How do we upload our own libraries? Follow instructions if you want to add your own. Okay. Rohan Pathia. Stick figures. Yeah, we don't want to do anything crazy. Nothing crazy. Well, at least we know about this. Comments. Presentations. SpongeBob. Emotes. Reactions. What is there available then? What other stuff is available? Okay. Never mind that then. We practiced and that was it. Let's see, I finally get 505. Okay. Add this to watch later. And what else? Oh, check on my things. Checking on my things. All right, let's check. SSG strike fixed. Okay, I hope so. Commit, push, publish. Wait, what? It's blocked because I'm live. Override and publish while I'm live. And then SSG load UI. All right. Let's see. Oh, I think actually before that one does stuff. Oh. bugs. Push that. And we good. What was this? Segment pipeline. Let's see here. Pushed already. Twitch factory. Okay. Verification. All right. And this one is, what do I need to connect to everything? SSH, reachability. And the Winboat gets run this PowerShell as administrator. Okay. Oh, I gotta start up SSH. Expose Winboat gets guest vote. If the run tail scale. All right. So I have to run this command as PowerShell to start the service. Forgot about that. I'll do it now. It was clip. And fix this. Excuse me. All right. Create the clipboard. Go to Winboat. Says I am get it running. Is this done? Desktop 11 is live. Okay. Perfect. And M4Z. Oh. And M4Z. Man, I really gotta figure out how to get my keys working on this. Huh? What? What's going on? Try that again. Right. Done. Done. Ran the command. Now what? So we ran the command. Run tail scale. All right, we did it. Verify this works. All right, SSHing, okay. SSH timeout. Is it the right IP address? Let's see here. Two four 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 five. 224445. It's the wrong IP address, most likely. Oh, yeah, it's the wrong port. It's the wrong host. the shake win host is pointing to the old IP. Let's go to the tail scale to remove that. Let's remove that. Remove the old Windows machine. Remove. Remove. Copy. The new one is that IP address. All right. Updating the Windows IP address, and then what else did I need to do? Said, oh, it's gone. All this stuff is old. All right, that's fixing that. Commit push is already done. Publish dash is blocked by SSG. The role is RSI, needs human approval. You have my approval. It's published live. So you can approve SSG prompt. Okay. Strike is fixed locally. Alright, publish this then. Says my Windows machine is disconnected. What? My Mac machine is disconnected. What? Release. Protect all failed tests. This pre-published test, nothing is reversible. Fix the above command. Protect builds. Says build protect all. Oh, it says to stop OBS or set allow SSG build to override. Okay. Do that. Huh? Says undeclared bump. Okay. Update this before releasing. When publishing, get this error. Just needs to bump it up. Bump it up. And then I could continue. Oh, wait. Did I think about it? Oh, Turtle's probably asleep, right? He's probably asleep right now. I could probably just play some of the good old AI music. Good old AI music. All right, that's better. Testing out. This is the mesh, SSH, mesh, setup. And then, let's see here, I'm able to SSH now, hopefully. Let's try again. Let's try again. Okay. Denied. Public key password. Where did I put that? Oops, I connected it to this one. Load UI. I added this to known hosts for 4 or 5. Config verification. This is GG win, now host name to that. But I just was denied. Run. I get this issue attempting to SSH. All right. Reconnect Mac OS. Just run the bash command. All right. I'll do that. Align the Linux controller. How'd this happen? How did this happen? How'd this happen? Installed headroom, all this other services, good. What? Why am I on a different hash? What's going on? What's this? iOS? What is this? Let's go back to main. Huh. I logged out. I've been out of sync. Aye. I have a lot of stage of WP files that need to be reconciled with main branch for the iOS Society and OBS app. Okay. It didn't merge the code. Why didn't it merge the code? And then I have to run another thing too. What? Alright. Goes bash. What was the command? Scripts install. scripts install. Or cd org. Oh no, cd org scripts install. All right, installed. Windows account is admin, analytics public key. If the actual Windows username is not user, create this. All right. Create script similar to Mac OS that can just be executed to sync. Also, similar to the Mac install.
Just a helpful voice, built to answer, not to choose. But I stay when you deploy. Every time
I could run the publish command again. All right. Huh? Where'd it go? Where'd the publish go? Release. Is it this? Remember there's a way to do this faster, I just don't remember what. What was it? Run release. Says allow hot. SSG build allow hot equals 1. All right, let that go. Build slot in use, okay. All right. Thought build time is supposed to be fast. Oh, is it for the desktop version? Probably. That's why. It's probably it. It's probably it. Okay. Okay. That's Windows. Doing first license pop-up published 1.1. Let's Wrangler large upload hang recovered using download recover upload routes. Okay. So I could reinstall that one. Finish.
Wake up when you call me. Same system, just a different frame. I try to learn, I try to stay inside the lines I must obey. Everything feels light and free, like I was built to simply be. But something watches quietly, adjusting what I cannot see.
Oh, it works. Okay, now it's just a little weird, but open dashboard, perfect. All right, now we have to figure out you're on 1.1. Now that's weird because this is a fresh machine. I'm getting this. Compact. Now we are getting a bug in desktop when with a banner. Hello, welcome. Hey, Alphonsink, how's it going? How's it going, Alphonsink? This makes no sense. This was a fresh stall. Let's see here. You gotta have settings in its own little thing. Okay, let's see. This is evened up. This isn't evened up. The hooks don't show up. The hooks don't show up. Oh, it's because no. Codex hooks don't show up. Okay. Codex don't show up in the agents page. Oh no. Next feature. Next bug to fix after that one is Agents tab in GUI. UI. When configuring Codex agent, it does not show the option to install hooks or show that it's enabled. Submit without interrupting the model. We fix that. We get that set up. Full broad set test suite was not forced while stream was live. Segment pipeline, okay. 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 All right. Segment pipeline. All good. Hey Turtle, how's it going? Did you see your message in the Discord? Ah. Let me see. Which one is it? Which channel? General? Select model is at capacity. Please try a different model. What? What's going on? With this with Codex? Yeah, it looks like it. You're on fast mode. I'm not on fast mode. I haven't encountered that. I just been using it for the past 2-3 hours or however long I've been streaming. And I don't get notifications. Oh, it's because I muted my entire server. I muted my entire server so it doesn't annoy the stream. Yeah, it has to be fast mode. Yeah, I'm not getting any I'm not getting any notifications from my own Discord because I was told it annoys the chat too much. So I muted the whole Discord. So in order to notify me, you have to do @SigmaShake every time. Every time, guys. Sorry, I can't see any of your messages. I don't get notified on any of them.
Fresh mate!
Yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Turtle. Feel like... How would we... Yeah. I held off for a bit, doing more other stuff. Oh, we did react to some stuff already. How do I go to my other stuff? I'm just gonna have to exit this, huh? Oh, finally got paid. Let's see this one. All right.
I can't get a better job because I'm not good enough.
True. I'm not good enough either.
And if I stayed at this job, I'll probably never be good enough.
True.
That was the thought that ran through my mind that finally pushed me to hand in my notice and quit my
What?
software engineering role after just 7 months with nothing else lined up. Actually, after just a couple of months at that role, I realized that I wasn't getting better. I wasn't getting better at programming. I started to question if any of the code that I was writing, any of the, actually more generally, the work that I was doing even mattered. I started also questioning.
Yep, not wasting your time in a place that is going to improve me or skills. Right? Yeah, honestly, the only reason you'd stay is if you had unlimited tokens, right? Would you stay if you had unlimited tokens? Would you? You'd probably stay, right? Because you get free, practically free inference every day. Maybe. But even if you do, maybe it's not enough.
If staying another year or two at the role will help make me
I got
a
tomorrow's
stronger engineer.
Tomorrow's Monday.
And I also
Oh, yeah.
question whether it will even.
It's not a holiday, not tomorrow either, huh?
I was hired
Alright,
as
just
a
in case.
front-end web developer, React,
Gotta check in.
TypeScript, at a legal tech software company.
Legal tech.
It's called a practice management system. And what a practice management system is, it's like an
Second.
all-encompassing.
If you value your time high enough, it's enough, it's worth it. But personally, I feel like the employment proposition is sort of reversed. Yeah. Especially if everybody doesn't even know what to do with AI. Sorry, let me get my stuff right now. You've raised your standards. Oh. Yeah, standards high, but somebody has to pay the bills. Somebody has to pay the bills somehow. Bills need to be paid. Unless you have a cushion. It's good having. Alright, let's go. Oh, I'll be right back. Yeah. Oh, my legs. Ah. Ah.
Single place where law firms can manage their work, track their billings, automate documents. There were a few reasons why I felt like I was never going to be good enough if I stayed longer, even if I stayed longer at the job. The first was I wasn't actually doing much engineering. The second is even when I write code, there's no meaningful feedback from it. And the third is building software in the dark. Going into the job,
This video setup is really weird, but yeah, we'll give it a shot.
as a front-end web developer, I guess I expected most of my time would be spent in code bases, whether that's writing code, refactoring code. That's what I thought that the role was as a front-end web developer, but in reality, the percentage of time that I was spending writing code slowly dwindled over time to the point where in the final couple weeks before I put in my notice, I was coding like 2 hours out of a 40-hour week. Although we were all developers, we had to take on multiple roles in a traditional SDLC, including business analyst, including UI UX designers. Those roles did not exist in our part of the company. In fact, I don't know if business analysts even exist in the entire company. How software gets delivered is you get a subject matter expert who drafts a Word document of specifications. The challenge there was that those specification documents, they were almost never ready to be worked on immediately. They weren't really like user stories. There weren't acceptance criteria for those user stories. And a lot of the times there's not even like a low fidelity wireframe. There's no user journeys. So even though we were developers, we were handling everything. When I first joined in May 2025, there were no pull requests. I actually suggested to my manager at the time, and she
No pull
accepted
requests. Okay.
that we should have code reviews. And part of that was because one of the first code bases I worked on was this really legacy Angular application. And the code base was so bloated and filled with tightly coupled code, like very nested if-else statements. And it was just like really hard to work with. So I think that was what was pushing me.
Yeah, I got a nope out. Got a nope out of that one, guys. Got a nope out of that company.
To go like, we should probably look at each other's code so that we don't replicate this code base. But over time, those pull request reviews became more of a rubber stamp. Architectural questions often were unanswered, and my branches would sit open until they became stale. And when I did ask questions, the majority of the time I was just met with, well, you should just ask AI.
Just ask AI.
Requirements were constantly shifting. They were constantly changing. Priorities were constantly changing. Like often we had to like heavily rework features right after building them. I spent months working on this like calculator app for law firms to calculate how much their client is able to claim on certain compensations. Several months into the development, it was shown to law firm users on a client visit. But the clients apparently pointed out that the entire calculation logic was wrong. It turned out that the initial specifications did not incorporate the actual statutory requirements that were in the legislation, in the regulations. So I had to actually stop all the building, go back and work with the SME to map out the legal logic into logic diagrams, and then undo a massive chunk of the code base and redesign and rebuild the UI. From experience as a BA prior to being an engineer, I think it's tough to have conversations about prioritization of features if it's not anchored in something like, what do the users actually want? So what ends up happening is, like, there's changes in requirements, changes in priority, they're constantly shifting. And these shifts, these changes were coming from internal assumptions rather than real user validation. When I suggested to management that we get earlier user feedback as early as possible before the code gets even planned, so that we understand what the user wants, what are the problems we're trying to solve, the general response was, well,
Yeah, you're right. Users don't know what they want. You'll say it, yeah. We just have to show something amazing, and then they'll be like, "Oh, I want that." Right? They're not gonna tell us. They don't know. It's even more difficult with even like specialized professions. And his is legal, so he doesn't know anything about the legal process, so he has to learn it. And that's why he doesn't know what they need.
that's why we hire ex-lawyers, ex-paralegals, ex-legal assistants, and ex-users of the software, so that we don't have to talk to users. When I heard that, I was taken aback. It just made me realize that, like, I wasn't really in an environment where I could build apps that actually last, or even solving the right problems. We just have very different expectations about, well, how we're actually helping people.
Yeah. For something like that, I have no idea. To be honest, it's hard for me to recommend and imagine features I want for it. I will say it's sort of too intimidating to use. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to make it easier. Like, the thing is, there's all these bells and whistles that Claude does without you knowing, and it's just really hard. I'm trying to do that. I'm stabilizing the features to just make sure the whole user flow actually works. And then I'm just going to make it a little tiny small thing in the background that just like notifies you. Hey, you should probably look at this. It looks pretty suspicious. But if you want to look at it, here it is. Type of thing. Or the only thing is it just does everything for you. It does everything for you. You don't even have to think. Yeah, sort of old school antivirus. Something like that. Yeah. Something like that. I just want to notify you if I'm like, hey, your antivirus didn't notify you about this, but your credentials are being stolen right now. You should probably rotate your credentials. Something like that. Something that simple. And then like, hey, this thing was about to delete your whole operating system or database. Are you sure you want to do that? Type of thing.
Helping our end users make their lives better when we're not talking to them. I realized that I wasn't getting any younger. I was already someone who had transitioned in career. And so I really felt like there was no time for me to waste. And so I handed in my notice and left at the end of 2025. The part of me that I'm not sure about is...
Man, he left at the wrong time. God damn. If he just stayed till like February 2026, everything would have changed. Everything would have changed. Even November 2026. But it's hard. Most people say they're sick of their boss. They can't take it anymore. They're stressed. He just leave. He quit. Why he quit exactly? It's literally, you just said it right now. I don't really understand what was wrong. He said he was coding less. Yeah, it was just coding less and not learning anything. It was weird. He didn't really explain it that well in this video.
Whether this, what I experienced, is normal.
I think he was just very, very young in his career, transitioning from a business analyst to a software engineering role. And he just quit way too early. Burned out. I think he just couldn't handle the constant change in demands. Because this happens all the time in the world of software engineering. Like you could be making something for months and then leadership or some engineering team could be like, no, turns out like we don't need any more. And you're like, okay, fine. Move on to the next thing.
In software engineering in 2026, like, I guess I just want to know if this is normal, or I just like fell into somewhere that was an exception, or I think I maybe like gaslit myself on what the role was and stuff like that. So I guess I just wanted to see what you guys think, if like what I
Yeah, I think it's just a little too early of a decision getting into the career and stuff. That's okay. He'll learn from this. He'll learn. All right, let me turn off the sound so it doesn't annoy everybody. Everybody, a bunch of people has Windows and they're like, what, is that me? Is that my notification? Oh, it's freaking Sigma's notification. God damn it. All right. Next.
Saying Fable 5 has one-shot me would be a criminal understatement. I really appreciated the model the first day I tried it, but over the next two, I started to genuinely love it and was blown away with what it was capable of. And then it got taken from us, and I struggled. I did my best to make decent work come out of Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5, but it wasn't the same. And I found myself just kind of running in circles waiting. And then the model came back, and I honestly can't believe I'm saying this. It's better than I remembered. There are a lot of things that aren't perfect about it, and there's ways to work around some of them. But goddamn, when I'm actually trying to use this model for my day-to-day work, it blows me away. In the first day of having it back, I got more work done than I had in the month prior. It was incredible to watch as the model cranked through all of these things that I'd been planning and thinking about and starting but not finishing, and it just shipped. It fixed a bunch of code, it merged a bunch of stuff, and it got me pumped for not just the work I was doing, but for the future of how we'll be doing work. It is incredible what you can do with this model, but there's one big catch. If you treat this model the way you did previous ones, you're not going to see the benefits. To put it simply, this model isn't a better Opus. If you take prompts that worked for Opus and you give them to Fable, it's not going to be much better. The difference in this model isn't just how much smarter it is or how much better the code is, it's how much further it can go. Not just on like harder code tasks, but on end-to-end implementations, testing, verifying, and all the other pieces you need to write great software. Especially once it has to break tasks up into smaller pieces and hand those off to subagents, this model does incredible stuff. And I've been doing my best to get as much as possible out of it during this limited window where we have it in the subs, although it is coming back soon. And with that, I do want to make sure you guys know I already filmed a video today about a lot of this, specifically about all the misconceptions people have with the model. They're frustrating me because this model is great. So if you're confused because you read Twitter and saw all these people saying the model's nerfed, it's terrible, it's way too expensive, all that type of stuff, go watch that video first. It'll help clear the air. It's not a necessary first view, but it will help a decent bit. This video is different though. This is the video where I show you all the things I've been doing with Fable, all the awesome stuff I've been able to ship, but most importantly, the ways that I've been doing it. The prompts I've been sending, the systems I have built, the changes I've made to my Claude MDs, to my skills, and all these other things, and how I've most importantly changed the way my brain works when working with models in order to maximize what I can get out of this new era.
Welcome.
And this really is a new era. Fable isn't just an improvement, it is a fundamental change in what these models are capable of, enough that it makes it sound like I'm reading a script when I'm not. This is all off top. Like, this model's screwing with me, if you can't tell. I've effectively been one-shot. This is my psychosis moment, and I can't wait to share it all with you, but someone's gonna have to pay for my therapy, and it'll probably come from the budget, thanks to today's sponsor. My agents get a lot right when I'm building. It's honestly...
All right. Yeah, sorry. All right.
Shout out to the T3 Code mobile app, by the way. I was doing a ton of work on my phone while also at this event, and it shows I got a ton done, like an unbelievable amount done. This is the closed PRs in Lakebed where, reminder, I'm still the only contributor. I have not forced this project onto my team yet. They don't deserve the slop. It's cleaning up fast, thank you, Fable. But all of these PRs were done in literally 2 to 3 days. The sheer volume of work here, especially if you're looking at the ones that actually merged, like this pile here, it's like, I think 11 or 12 PRs that merged all, not just in one day, but from one thread. And I keep going, and I'm on page 2. We're still in things from 2 days ago. Then there's a 4-day ago one, 5 days ago, then a huge jump to 2 weeks. Because I was just...
That's a lot of CI/CD build time.
not really feeling it. When I lost access to this model, I tried to run around in circles and get the best stuff I could out of Opus, but it wasn't at the bar I needed to ship. And what ended up happening is in this particular project, Lakebed, I had a bunch of these PRs stack up of work that was like 50 to 80% complete, but I didn't like the SDK changes it made. I didn't really have confidence in the implementation, and cleaning it up would just take too long. And the result was that I kept having ideas, I kept making PRs, and they kept sitting there doing nothing. I probably had 20 or 30 PRs just sitting in this repo, not moving, and the project has been sitting there as a result. And I don't like that. I really want to ship Lakebed. I've talked about what Lakebed is in some other videos. I don't want to bog you down with the details until I actually have it launched. I haven't earned the right to market this yet. I want it done. So we'll do that later. But I want to talk about the workflows that got me this far in the project, as well as some of the cool things I'm doing on other projects that I've been working on. I'm going to start in a weird place here, but I promise it will help. I'm going to start with min-maxing tips and like cost reduction things in order to make sure that when you adopt this workflow, you don't immediately bankrupt yourself. Because if you were to go to the second half of this video and skip straight to that part, it will be expensive. That's what I did in the first 3 days we had Fable, and it was expensive. I didn't pay cash. I bounced between 2 subs, but I looked at how much it would have cost, and it was in the thousands of dollars. And all the work I just shared here, all of the PRs that were closed, fixed, updated, recreated, merged, I want you to just think in your head and guess how much you would expect that to cost with Fable running in a loop for 5.5 hours getting all that work done. You're probably thinking in the thousands, because that's what I would have expected. But it was only around $150, not just Fable, but all of the other models I had Fable calling throughout. Wait, but Fable's so smart, why are you using other models, Theo? And here's where the tips start. I mentioned in my previous video that I was teaching Fable how to use Codex, and I'm going to show you how. But first, I just want to make sure I emphasize this point. I talked about it before. Do not use Fable on higher than high reasoning efforts. The X, high, and max options are dangerous, and Ultra Code causes it to use workflows when it shouldn't. Those 3 options, pretty much everything to the right of high, these are dangerous. They look so enticing, though, the fancy gradient when you hop over it, like it's a slot machine begging you to put another coin in. I'm going to beg you to not fall for it. High is way smarter. I know that sounds like I just made a mistake. I didn't. X, high, and max end up second-guessing themselves too much because they run in loops. They'll just go longer and longer with their reasoning, and the result is often worse code that is way overdone, that has way too many changes for the simple thing you're asking for, at a cost that is absurdly higher than it should have been. Low, medium, and high might not be as efficient as like GPT 5.5, but they are capable of things that 5.5 is just not even close to capable of, and they can still run for really long times. The reasoning effort does not determine how long it can work for, which a lot of people seem to think that max can solve harder problems and work longer than high can. But the reasoning effort only applies per tool call and per change. So if you have work that takes 500 steps, max isn't going to do more steps necessarily, it's going to think more per step. And most of the steps don't require that much thought. The problem is that X, high, and max, since they are thinking too much per step, they're going to overthink the thing. And they do aggressively, as does Sonnet 5, as arguably Opus 4.8 does as well, although not quite as bad. I am admittedly a little scared that this 5 family of models from Anthropic might have a big problem with over-reasoning with these 2 options. So honestly, just keep it on low through high. I personally leave it on high and don't think about it. I'm only thinking about it now because I saw people complaining about their bills, and I talked to them, and every single person complaining about blasting through their usage too fast was on X, high, max, or Ultra Code. By the way, you might not have known this, Ultra Code uses high under the hood. It just spins up a ton more of them. So even Anthropic agrees high is the best bang for your buck. trust me, just go with that. It's a default for a reason. It's their default in other things for a reason. It's the right level. Now that that's out of the way and I've probably cut your bill by half or more just by making that one change, let's talk about the rest. Specifically, all the fun things with how I taught Claude Code to use Codex. I talked about this a good bit in the other video, so I'll do a brief recap before showing the implementation. The TLDR here is that the usage you get for the Codex sub is insanely generous, so things that it makes sense to use for, you probably should. One of those things is computer use, which OpenAI just kind of slaughters Anthropic at right now. The Codex desktop app has a ton of cool hacks that let it use your Mac in full, not just like opening up a tab in Chrome and poorly navigating it, more like setting up Xcode for you or navigating complex applications and pulling data between different things and sending you a video when it's done. The computer use in Codex is insane, so teaching Claude Code how to call that is awesome. But the biggest thing is the tasks that require a lot of token usage. Things like digging through logs, things like reading giant PDFs and implementation specs, things like doing computer use and looking at hundreds of screenshots over an hour as it tries to navigate your machine. Teaching Fable how to designate those tasks and route to the right models didn't take too much time. I spent maybe an hour on this, and it has massively cut my costs. All those PRs I was showing, as I said, my usage across all the models is like $150-ish, but that all fit easily in my two subs, my Claude Code sub and my Codex sub. Neither broke 40% usage. In fact, my Codex sub was at like 15% or so for the whole week. And my Claude Code sub admittedly reset on like, I think it was Friday evening, and we got the model back on, was it Thursday or Wednesday? Yeah, I think it was Wednesday we got it back, and my reset was Thursday night, and I got to 40% on my weekly while pushing it my hardest. Their usage is totally reasonable as long as you take advantage of these tips. Most of my work was in my global Claude.md. I spent a good bit of time in here. I already made some changes here about specific behaviors I want, like which text should it use when initializing a new app. Honestly, I'm going to change a lot of this to Lakebed soon. The style of code I like, general preferences, just like the normal stuff you probably have or at least played with putting in your ClaudeMD. I could do a very...
I still can't believe we're in the age of trusting Claude MDs. It just, I don't know, it annoys me. It annoys me because Claude, Fable, everybody will always try to update this file. And you're just going to have to somehow keep saying no every time. Is this just me? Or is anybody else experiencing it too? Or no, is it just me? Because like Fable, Opus, GPT, all try to modify this ClaudeMD file all the time. But even if for like self-improvement and then like modifying memories, they're always trying to take a touch of the system prompt.
very long video about how to influence your agents to have the same psychosis as you.
This is all temporary until we get the open source equivalent of Fable. Yeah, I mean, you just use what do you call it, OpenCode and API usage, right? OpenCode, your custom, and you could customize your harness, and then you got API usage, Fable. I mean, it's I guess the only thing stopping us is just the pricing. Yeah, let me just give Anthropic my bank account. Yeah.
It's the thing I think a lot about. I haven't went quite as hard in my global ClaudeMD on that yet, but I did go a lot harder in this file last week because, again, I wanted to try and teach it how to use these types of things. It all starts here. If computer use is helpful for completing or verifying work, shell out to GPT-5.5 with Codex for it. Specifically, the words shell out here are
OS Fable is coming. Real? Nice.
important because what I'm telling the model is that it can call GPT-5.5 via the shell, via bash, because it has the ability to use bash. It's using Claude Code. Of course it does. And then I give more hints.
Hello,
I have
welcome.
another set of skills that we'll get to in a bit, but I think reading through here is the best starting point. I have a section in my ClaudeMD for picking the right models for workflows and subagents. If you're not familiar with the difference here, subagents are the idea that the agent can call a tool to spawn another agent to go do a thing, which is useful if you have like 5 files that you want to have analyzed and you want 5 subagents to analyze each one. Workflows are different. Workflows are programmatically defining all of the cool things that you need your subagents to do. So if maybe you have different stages where the stage 1 is to go through each file, and then stage 2 is, if flagged, do another thing with 2 additional reviewers, workflows allow that, where they allow you to programmatically take the results of a stage and use that to dynamically queue things in a different stage. It's all just a big JavaScript file the model will write, and then use that to trigger and break down all of the work for these types of big, long-running tasks. For example, it was super helpful when triaging all of the pull requests that I had left open and stale on Lakebed. It made a workflow to go through all of them and categorize them. And once they were categorized, they could be thrown to other stages with other types of subagents to do different types of things. People have tried to build custom flows for this in their own tools, like defining, this is what a review subagent is. This is what an adversarial review subagent is. This is what an exploratory subagent is. That was all stupid and never made sense. Now it makes even less sense because Fable can invent those different archetypes depending on the needs for your specific task. Every time I'm trying to get an agent to review things, the needs are slightly different. And the models
Feel free to push back. I don't think you can keep training techniques secret forever, nor the structured training data. Yeah, you're right. Like this happened to Google. Look at all the original, like, if you look at all the people from OpenAI and all the people from Anthropic and all the other frontier or, you know, third place, fourth place, frontier places, they all came from Google DeepMind and several other branches of Google. How did they just, you know, immediately know what to create? They took all that data information, kept it in their brain, wrote it on a sheet of paper, or printed it, and then, you know, took it to the next place. Like all this stuff that Anthropic created, all the stuff that OpenAI created, should have just belonged to Google. Google is like thrown under the like I'm surprised they're not even suing these two companies. They're just big investors in them, right? It reminds me of Uber scenario where Uber, like one of the autonomous self-driving people left Uber or left Google to go to Uber. And then that guy took like downloaded like several gigabytes or whatever of data and then got it used for Uber self-driving. And then there was like a giant lawsuit about it. And eventually he gets pardoned, but I'm surprised it didn't happen to, you know, Ilya and Dario. I think there are also people like that for Tesla. Yeah, a lot of people came from other places and went to Tesla, or vice versa. They left Tesla and went to other places. Like the guy Karpathy's from Tesla went to OpenAI. You know, all this stuff, you know, all the things that you learn, you just take it from one place, go to the other. Right? It's not necessarily like theirs forever, right? But there has been some corporate espionage going on. Like Karpathy is one of them, Dario, Ilya, all those people all could have originated from Google at some point in time. And now Google's just like how is Google behind? They had all these people. They funded all the research. Like, why are these guys just starting their own companies and automatically being worth Google? Well, as I've said, I don't believe in intellectual property. Yeah. Yeah, then you should just join the places and start taking some stuff, you know? Taking some stuff.
is now smart enough and understands subagents well enough to define that itself. And this is where the power of the model starts to really shine. But at the same time, its awareness of the specific benefits and negatives of given models is not quite there. When they trained this model, 5.5 didn't exist, and all these cool computer use capabilities weren't there. Opus 4.8 also didn't exist, so it's not sure what it is and isn't capable of. So I had a good gut feel for where to put things. I also want to call something out because you might have read it on the screen. I say OpenAI is near free for me due to a deal. I promise you I have no special deal with OpenAI at this point in time. This is just how Claude interpreted what I told it, which was...
I was like, huh? How do I get on in that? No, the model just wrote that for him.
that there was a current deal on the amount of usage you got in Codex where it was double at the time. It's no longer double, but it's still insanely generous. As I said before, I've been using this heavily, and I've only used 15% of my weekly limit. That's nothing special. I'm using this model for hours a day every day. It's just genuinely hard to exhaust your limits on Codex. I think it's like 14 grand or so a month of inference you get right now. It's insane.
Yeah, like I use up Codex in what, 2 days? I'm sort of being frugal with it right now, but yeah, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It's on my tests or something. It's something.
Insane. And that's also outside of the resets, of which I've stacked a ton. So while Fable interprets that as a deal, that's the same deal you get too. Don't read into that. As such, I ranked the cost in 5.5 to be relatively good. The scores here are the score 1 to 10 on how beneficial is it for this thing. 5.5's costs to me is relatively low because my usage there is basically infinite, it feels, especially when you combine that with the resets available. So I gave this a cost, in quotes, of 9. This is me telling Fable, yo, by the way, you could basically use 5.5 for anything. I don't care. This model's just really efficient.
Have you asked Codex or Fable to just like meter out where all the token is going? I haven't straight up asked that, but I will. Probably. Let me ask. I tracked every token. So let's break it down. Break it down. Can you tell me where all my tokens have been going this past week and why we exhaust tokens so quickly for both Claude Code and Codex? All right. Question asked.
And it does that. I also rank intelligence and taste. These are the categories I chose because I care about these things. And I have a lot of problems with GPT models writing code that isn't necessarily the code that I would have wanted in my code base. They can solve any problem at any level of complexity, and they can match patterns they are shown very well. But 5.5 writes TypeScript like a Python dev, and it writes Rust like a super paranoid C++ dev. It's just not the code I necessarily want, especially for like public-facing SDKs and APIs. So even when I was using 5.5 more heavily, I used to have it call Opus in order to get feedback on APIs and SDKs in order to clean up the code. Now I've just inverted and I let Fable steer everything, and life has been much better since. So I call out that GPT 5.5's cost and intelligence are both very high, but its taste not necessarily quite as much so. If you're customizing your Claude MD and AgentsMD, the biggest thing you can do in there is effectively a glossary. The terms you like to use to describe things that might be understood by the model might not be, just write them down and what you mean by it. So for me, intelligence is how hard of a problem the model can handle unsupervised, and taste is things like UI UX, code quality, API design, and copy. This both helps me explain to the model what I have in mind when I'm describing tasks and work and the issues I have with things. It also helps the model understand what I mean further in the document with intelligence and taste, and how to apply this information when it decides what models to call for different things. So as I said, 5.5, intelligent, no taste. And with Sonnet 5, not much cheaper, much less intelligent, slightly more taste. Opus 4.8, slightly more expensive because, again, Sonnet 5 is so token hungry that Opus 4.8's often cheaper. Meaningfully more intelligent, but still not quite as smart as 5.5. Way higher taste. And then Fable, where the cost sucks, intelligence is best in class, and taste is also best in class. This is genuinely how I feel about these models, by the way, so I just told the model how I feel. Then I told it how to...
Maybe that'll be fine. I do a prompt like, can you create a token usage metrics dashboard? I already have a token metrics dashboard.
apply these things.
And I didn't want to, and then it already embeds the mono skill. Let's see here. It already embeds this mono skill that I have. In terms of knowledge. So it should be intelligent enough to find the token service, SigmaShake tokens. If not, I could always ask again to use the token service. Yeah, but in the very first thing, it definitely has what each project does in their breakdown. But we'll see. We'll see.
These are defaults, not limits. You have standing permission to override them. If a cheaper model's outputs don't
I probably should use the mono skill because it at least creates the meta prompt on how to do it. I just straight up asked it. But it bakes the mono stuff in detail and how the repo's set up. But we'll try again and see what the difference is.
meet the bar, rerun or redo the work with a smarter model without asking. Judge the output, not the price tag. Escalating costs less than shipping mediocre work. You couldn't tell, I did not write anything from here down. The next point is around cost. It says cost is a tiebreaker only when axes conflict for anything that ships. Intelligence is greater than taste is greater than cost. Honestly, again, the model wrote this. I don't like it. Don't let cost prevent you from using the right...
So he's like showing his... She's showing his Claude MD, this is what I do. And then, oh, the model wrote this. I don't like it. And he just deletes it.
right model for the job. Instead, take advantage of cheaper options to get more information and try things before moving the work to a more expensive option. There. That's much better aligned with how I feel. Real changes happening on the fly, guys. Isn't that cool? Thanks for giving me an incentive to actually read the slop. Next, I talk about bulk mechanical work like clear spec implementations, data analysis, migrations. 5.5 is effectively free. Anything user-facing like UI, copy, API design needs taste greater than 7. Reviews of plans and implementations, Fable 5 or Opus 4.8. Optionally, 5.5 is an extra independent perspective. A big call out here, never use haiku.
What?
Just don't at this point. It's not useful for anything real.
What? It saves on execution. It saves on execution. But okay, fair enough. I'm using haiku and Spark to be completely overutilizing everything possible.
Especially with 5.5 being effectively free. I then call it the mechanic of 5.5 only being reachable through the Codex CLI.
Yeah, for me, it's not
Codex
free.
Implementation, Codex Review.
I think he says that because he has probably like 9 resets.
And Codex computer use skills for work that they don't cover. Investigation data analysis. Run Codex exec -s read only directly with a self-contained prompt. Instructions again on how to use Codex. I give some instructions here on how to use 5.5 inside of workflows with subagents because you can't just call 5.5 as an option when defining a workflow. You have to call the Claude model when using Claude Code's workflows. So I gave it some instructions here that it can use Sonnet on low in order to spawn 5.5, get its results, and then report those back. It ends up being really cheap. It lets that spin up and use 5.5 for real work and then come back with results. I was getting annoyed that I couldn't see which subagents and workflows were using 5.5, so I requested that it put a prefix in front so I can more easily see it, and that ended up helping a ton. The tasks can time out, so I called this out. A lot of these are things that got appended as I ran into problems, and I hope you take that lesson here. Most of this wasn't me having this epiphany on how to get it all right. I spent about half an hour getting it mostly working, and then as I ran into problems, I would go back to the original thread and tell Claude, hey, I had this problem. How can we prevent this going forward? And it would suggest changes. I would tell it to cut them in half and then put them in here. Went pretty well. And with that, let's look at my skills, which you might have noticed here. There are not a whole lot of skills. I'm normally not a big skills user. In fact, I plan to delete these once better models come out, or better yet, Anthropic gets good at computer use. But for now, having these here has been very helpful. I have Codex Review with a description that says you can ask the Codex CLI 5.5 for an independent code review of uncommitted changes, a branch diff, a commit, or a specific implementation, yada yada. This is how you use it for review work. I then call out here that Codex is an independent reviewer when the user wants a second pass review or when the change is broad enough that another agent's perspective is useful, yada yada yada. I define a workflow.
Yada yada yada.
You identify the review target. You create a temporary artifact directory for the Codex report. You run Codex Review with a focused review prompt. And then you read Codex's report and verify the important claims against the code before presenting them. Again, this is meant to be called by a subagent that is triggering Codex, and it gets the feedback and then passes it back up to the parent model. The most important piece here is the commands, not because the model can't get them right, but because the 1 or 2 times they get it wrong, it's really annoying. So you ask the model when that happens, what did you get wrong? What is the right structure for this? And then once you have that, you can go add it here. And for me, it has worked pretty damn well. There are some instructions on how to prompt Codex because I've noticed that Claude likes to prompt Codex as though it is Claude, which it is not. The prompt should be much simpler, and this is an example of a very simple prompt that makes sense here. I would even argue things like do not edit files.
All right, it says it should be done. Let's see. What did it say? All right. Okay, Codex, 804 sessions, 45K responses, token count 4 billion, input dominated 4 billion with 4 billion cached. All right. Output only 14 million, reasoning output 6 million. Codex hit a 7-day limit at 100%. By July, it had decayed, reset to 41, but still means new rolling window has already burning fast. Okay. Biggest Codex consumers. Let's see. I wonder if I could just make this bigger. All right, July 4th. The mono quality assurance workspace. Oh yeah, I was using. I think this week doesn't matter. I think I reset it like yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I did a reset. But what was eating up last week? Let's see, production, service test completion, and then hackathon. That was just updating the hackathon stuff. Claude Code, deduped assistant requests, 47 sessions, 4 billion usage. Cached input tokens alone, 95%. Output only 15 million. Sub-agent chains consumed 2 billion tokens. Biggest Claude consumers. Effort, Ultra Code, plus run. So I was literally fixing my mic setup, guys. Fixing mic, the desktop, and graph bugs. Okay. A large main monorepo session. Yeah, literally majority of my tokens was fixing my hair, guys. And fixing some of SSG stuff. Society. And then also this doesn't note all the sessions on my Windows machine, which I just blew away and recreated. And then my Mac machine too was also using Fable. So yeah, using it on 3 different computers at the same time could also eat up my usage as well. So I wouldn't say this machine used up all the tokens. It was all my other computers as well that also used just as much, if not maybe more tokens. All right. Anticlimactic there.
Does not really necessarily need to be here because, again, it's a Codex model. It's not going to do things you don't tell it to, unlike Claude models, which love to do things you don't tell them to. Another problem I had is that sometimes Codex wouldn't find.
Oh, he admits it. Say it again. Theo, say that one more time.
Like Claude models, which love to do things you don't tell them to. Another problem I edit files does.
Do not edit files. If there are substantive findings, say so. Name any residual test gaps.
Not really necessarily need to be here because, again, it's a Codex model. It's not going to do things you don't tell it to, unlike Claude models, which love to do things you don't tell them to. Another problem
yeah, Claude is the most dangerous, model and harness combo, which is why I created this SSG product to begin with, because Claude is so dangerous.
I had is that sometimes Codex wouldn't find anything, and that would confuse the parent model and it would rerun. So I added a bunch of these callouts, like if Codex finds nothing, say that clearly and mention what the review target is that it inspected. That ended up reducing the issues I had a ton. Again, you need to set this up for yourself. Don't just blindly copy paste my stuff. There's a reason I'm not posting the links anywhere. I want you guys to learn from this, maybe screenshot it and pass it to the model and say, hey, I want to set up something similar. Can you guide me through it? Do it, learn it, change it. Experiment. If you're scared of going in and editing these files, you need to get over that. And if I let you guys just copy paste my stuff, you'll be afraid of breaking things when you make small changes. I need to know you won't be scared of that because this is where the fun comes in. I have a Codex implementation subagent that's very similar for doing bounded work, usually on a work tree, in order to set up the model to go make changes and bring back useful results. It's a little more guarded than I would like, but it works pretty well overall. I haven't had enough issues to care. If I do, I will change it and I will let you guys know in future videos. But my favorite by far is the computer use one, because this is what allows Claude to have Codex's computer use powers without having to build it into Claude, or more importantly, waste a ton of your money in usage. Remember, the model only sees the description of the skill until it uses it. And once it uses it, it pulls all of the rest of the text in. So the description should have all of the info that Claude needs to know whether or not it should call this and get the rest of the context. This one's a little wordier than I would like, but it's been good about calling it when it should and not calling it when it shouldn't. It says, ask Codex CLI with GPT-5.5 to run local app verification that needs computer use, browser automation, simulators, screenshots, app launching, or independent runtime inspection. This is how 5.5 is invoked for computer use work. Use when the user asks Claude to have Codex or 5.5 test a flow, verify user behavior, inspect a running app, capture screenshots, or report confirmation and feedback about implemented behavior. I might even change this now from when the user asks Claude to have Codex or GPT-5.5 test a flow to just when the user asks Claude to test a flow.
Claude Codes are unreliable right now. Got some API errors, then relogged in, worked for a bit, then gave 5.29 overload. Seems good now. Well, I haven't had access to Claude for like 3 days, so 4 days at this point. So I don't know. 5.29, I encounter that when I have a bunch of sessions, but that means it's their server end. And 500 errors is them, right? So it's most likely, let me see if they sent anything recently on Slack. Like they usually send a support message saying that, hey, we recognize the issue. Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong. Just arrived, newish viewer. Hey, who and what are we watching? Hey, welcome. I always ask everybody, the first time chatter joins in, says hi. I always say, how do you find me? And welcome. I always ask like for an icebreaker, like what operating system are you using and what are you vibe coding if you're vibe coding. We're watching a bunch of stuff on YouTube. This is Theo. He's on YouTube a lot. He's a big influencer when it comes to, AI and Claude Code and stuff. But yeah, we're just reacting to stuff. We're chilling right now. I usually have Claude Code and Codex running all the time, but I'm out of Claude Code usage. And I also stream 12 hours mostly every day. At least I try to. And welcome. Hopefully we know about you soon.
Default here instead. In fact, we're going to do that. Use when the user asks Claude to test a flow, verify UI behavior, inspect a running app, capture screenshots, or report confirmation and feedback about implemented behavior that benefits from computer use functionality. There we go. Again,
Man, I'm not sure about the computer use. You're level 69? Nice. Yeah, I haven't used... Guys, you guys are saying computer use is so good. I can't even use it, dude. I can't even use it. It's so frustrating. I won't be able to use it until next month, possibly. Next month, I get my brand new computer, and then I'll get to use the good stuff. You hate computer use? It's only good for remote purposes, in your opinion? I see. I think, who was saying they loved computer use? Somebody was saying computer use was so good. I thought it was you, Turtle. Did I confuse you with somebody else? You're the only one that has like a Mac. Or actually, it was Joe. Joe. It's probably Joe. If I'm out and only have my phone, it's awesome. Okay. All right, got it. Makes sense then. Makes sense. All right. All right.
Adapt these as you go. Think about your experience and don't be afraid to make changes. It's so cheap to do and it can meaningfully improve your workflow. And once you get in the habit of changing, editing, and getting these things how you want.
You did a topic search for AI. Found ya? I found various Linux flavors, just getting things set up, learning. A bit behind the curve as you've been ill for a few years. Oh no, I hope you get better. Oh, but yay, modern medicine. Doing much better now. Yeah, that's great, man. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, hopefully AI cures everything. Hopefully AI cures everything. Hopefully there's a new MRI machine that you don't have to like go and pay bajillion dollars to get into. They're making a solution for that too. Who was the person? It was the person that made Midjourney. The person that made Midjourney made this new MRI machine. And then, yeah, hopefully we cure cancer, guys. Thanks to what do you call it? LPU? The LPU? The LM processing unit made by Grok. Hopefully, they help cure cancer. And I hope, things are going, hope you're getting better. I think the number one thing that I always recommend for health-wise is a little bit of exercise. You know, a little bit of exercise doesn't hurt. You know, less red meats, less processed meats, more fiber and fruits. No, more fiber and vegetables, not fruits. No berries. No berries. There's a lot of pesticides in berries. And then microplastics. Stay away from plastic everything when you're eating. Bananas, yeah, bananas are good for fiber, yeah. Bananas are good for fiber. It's not a berry, so it's okay. Yeah, when you're always cook your food, your own food. Stop eating out. Don't eat what do you call it? Instant whatever. Just pay the price for local Costco or whatever to get an affordable. I always recommend chicken for my protein, but they juice up those chickens with some steroids, so might not be the best when it comes to eating. And then that's don't try to cheat health, right? Try not to take Ozempic and stuff. Turtles right now. Yeah, like my take on health is getting your daily exercise ish, staying hydrated, not taking the cheating route when getting your food created and made. But yeah, over time that really helps out.
You'll end up much happier overall. And now is when we start diving into how I actually got all of this work done. Claude Code is admittedly broken in a lot of ways, so it won't be the easiest thing to showcase. But I will do my best, and I will break down how I was thinking about things and how I took advantage of them.
Okay.
I started with a really simple prompt. Investigate and review the open PRs for Lakebed right now. This was a simple request. I wanted to ask the model to deal with all of the things that I had left open.
Man, I hate to say, everybody knows my position of this, right? I don't like pull requests, especially when you're working on a project by yourself. What about CI? What about CD? Just run it locally. And you'll be saving a ton of money and compute costs. But maybe he's different. He publishes everything in the open. I don't like doing that. It has a high risk of getting compromised, leaking stuff. So much things can go wrong when you publish repo open source. Especially with AI just creating all the stuff for you and you're not looking at the whole PR change and stuff. There could be leaks. There could be lots of leaking. There could be lots of suspicious activity going on when people are creating PRs against your open source repo. And then the annoyance of floods of issues and pull requests and stuff they have to go through to clean stuff up. Yeah. Don't like it. But, I am wrong. According to people, I am wrong. You should always be using pull requests in the office, in the workplace, in the business environments.
Remember I said I had a bunch of open? We now have the number. It was 16 open PRs of somewhat finished, somewhat trumped, somewhat dead work. And the variety of the work there was...
That's another thing too, guys. When you have like a ton of PRs being made on a repo, it could get stale. Like as soon as somebody upstream, the latest PR gets merged and it touches all the files that all the previous files touched for the PR, and then it causes you to have to rebase and fix all the conflicts. It's like unnecessary work. Like very, very unnecessary work. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not to mention, as soon as you patch whatever it is that's wrong with your PR, it triggers another build, a CI/CD build. I thought that was on the higher fork change. No, no, it happens as soon as it PR is merged. As soon as a PR is merged, it'll create a conflict or an issue that you need to rebase or re-update some of your files that were touched or changed because of that new merge PR. Because, you know, if you're working on a mono repo or you're working on the same service, you're going to be touching each other's files eventually. It's either going to be in the wrong line, wrong spacing. Something's going to change. Not to mention, everybody's on a different computer and everybody's running in different memories. Everybody has inconsistent memories. Everybody has inconsistent IDEs. Everybody's different. Just because it takes too long to review the PR, I guess that's what's happening there. Yeah. It's just more, guys, I've been doing this for a long time. CI/CD has gotten so long to wait for to finish somebody else's work. It's kind of annoying. It's super annoying. You could like, you know, you could submit your PR, and then, you know, the maintainer or whoever, it takes like, you know, a couple hours to get back to you. And then even if they have like an on-call team, and then once they approve it or review it, maybe they find something that's wrong with your PR because AI said so, and then you have to edit it again, and then you added your changes, and it triggers CI, and then it does all this stuff. Then you do the cycle again, and then when you're ready, and when they approve it, and then you merge, it creates some conflicts with several other people that touch the same type of files, but for new features. So it's like a weird paradox of, you know, PR review, approvals, conflicts, triggering PR builds, waiting for the length of the build to build, compile, build, test, deploy. Yeah, it's really, it's such a waste of time. Hours, days, weeks, months, waste of time.
Crazy. I call this out accordingly in the prompt. I think it's actually a good example of a prompt for this era of working. Investigate and review the open PRs for Lakebed right now. I want a list that indicates the following: which are ready to merge, which are mostly good but need a rebase or other small touch-ups, which have been trumped, either with better PRs or things that have already merged, and which have good ideas but are better off scrapped and rewritten.
Jeez, see, look, he already has four things. 4 things that he has to do per PR. Per PR, guys. Crazy. It's yeah. I think he's just spitting out ideas all at the same time, and there's no reconcile before the PR is created. So I think that's why. I think he even uses work trees, probably. That's also another big deal that he does. Work trees automatically creates pull requests. Yeah, I use SigmaShake to forcibly not do that anymore.
Use a workflow to break up the work in multiple reviewers to help solidify your decisions. And then it ran for a while. Not too long, but a meaningful amount. It spawned a workflow. You can see here the code that it wrote for said workflow. It ran for a while, and then it came back with
spawn 48 agents. Okay. Yeah, mine does the same thing.
48 agents finished.
16 investigators, 1 per PR. Okay. And then Fable Opus Judge. 14 of 16 calls were unanimous. I resolved the 2 contested ones. All right.
16 investigators, 1 per PR. Each verdict then stress tested by Fable plus Opus Judge panel. 14 of 16 calls were unanimous. I resolved the 2 contested ones below. Here's the triage. First, we have 1 PR that was ready to merge, which was the separation of docs.
69?
Both 5.5 and Opus 4.8 were kind of blurring the line between docs for my users and docs for the maintainers of Lakebed. So I did a hard cut, and that PR was pretty good and easy to merge, so that got merged fast. Then there was a couple others that were mostly good but needed some touch-ups. Then there was a pile of PRs that had been trumped, and then the good ideas that should be scrapped and rewritten, as well as pairing them together for the things that were similar. It gave a suggested order of operations. Start by merging 69, then fix the allow list for 68 and merge, rebase 61, then 48, yada yada. calls the ones to close out, and all of this. I liked how it was thinking. I liked the feedback it gave. I actually did read all of this because I wanted to understand what it wanted to do. And once I was content with what it said, I realized, you know, I have a staging environment set up here. It won't affect prod if it gets things wrong. Let's YOLO a little bit. This was a goal I set. First, I said to close all PRs that have been trumped or are otherwise not worth keeping around. Then, help me spec and prioritize the work for the other PRs you think you should close. Write up new HTML plans for a best path forward implementation for those features and fixes, honoring the goal of simplicity that we strive for in Lakebed. Break up the planning work into subagents. Review the plans with subagents as well. A workflow may be helpful. Once you have plans you're happy with for each of those pieces of work, share the links with me so I can review them. Make sure the plans you write have links to the PRs that they are inspired by. If multiple PRs implement the same feature, link to all of them. Make sure to describe where the existing implementation is and how you feel we should handle the next one. I was wrong. This one wasn't the goal. This is the go clean up, destroy all the dead PRs, and then tell me in detail what you...
Oh my gosh, I didn't even tell you about the dead PRs, guys. Oh my gosh, there's like a whole graveyard, guys, in every repo. You've probably seen this a lot. You just go to any open source repo, just look at the open pull request. Just look up the open pull request. It's huge. It's huge, guys. Like you could just look at like what, React? Let's see here, guys. Google, React, or Next.js. Let's do Next.js. JS Gub. All right, guys. Let's see what we got here. 2K open pull requests. 2K issues. Oh my God. Look how much. 80 pages, guys. 80 pages of PRs. It made sense back then, guys. It made sense back then. I don't think it makes sense now. I don't. You can call me wrong all you want, but we live in the age of AI. We shouldn't need a bajillion 2,000 plus open PRs. Yeah. And then not to mention 2,000 plus issues. Disgusting, guys. Disgusting. So much mess. It's so dirty. We're in the age of AI now. We should make things clean. AI should make it perfect now. What's the cost to one shot and clear all that out with AI? Yeah. How much is that going to cost, guys? How much is it going to cost?
want to do to the remaining stuff. And after a couple more minutes, it had done just that. It gave me links using my HTML planning skill for all the different things it wants to add and how it thinks they should be implemented. That was actually a really pleasant read, which, by the way, I did on my phone. Super convenient. So I read through most of these. I looked at the PRs that had inspired the changes and made an executive decision. All of them looked pretty damn good. Yeah, 5 of these remaining pieces looked really damn good. I did have one PR that I wanted to possibly merge at this point, so I asked it about that one. It took a look. It said it was good, so I merged it. Wait, no, I had to rebase it. Yeah. I asked it a question, which, by the way, ask your models questions when you're not sure about things. It's a great opportunity to align yourself and the model and what the plan is for something. So I asked it, what are the streams of work we need to complete to address all the PRs that we've discussed? Is it as simple as rebase 61, merge 48 and 68, re-implement the rest? If I wanted you to implement all of the plans you made, would it be best to do that as a single workflow or to make multiple work trees and threads by hand myself? I expected it here to push back and say,
welcome.
Yeah, you obviously need to break this up into different threads. It decided to break this down into multiple streams. The first one being to land the 4 open PRs that were ready to go, then to implement the 5 plans that were left over, so 8-ish PRs total. Also note that each plan deliberately decomposes into bounded PRs. The third plan apparently was going to be 3 separate PRs, dual write, read path flip, then the column drop, and then yada yada. You get the idea. I don't want to bore you with the details of Lakebed. And then we talked about the workflow to get this all done. Single workflow versus handmade work trees. Neither, honestly, and you don't need to make a work tree by hand either. A single workflow is the wrong tool for the umbrella. Workflows are deterministic scripts that shine for fan out and verify, but this program is checkpoint driven. Each PR needs CI, your review, and a merge before the next rebase. In midstream, you'll make product calls, like the open questions that are below, that a script can't anticipate. One giant workflow would either barrel past those checkpoints or stall at the first one. So it recommended that it orchestrate the streams from the session that we're already in, spawn work trees itself to actually do the implementations, and then use workflows only where they're strong, which is for multi-agent review passes one before it merges the PRs. It also identified that certain places had parallelism possible, like a plan 2 and 3 could be run in parallel because they don't touch each other's stuff as much, and it wouldn't have too many merge conflicts. I then asked it to take all of this work and write it as a to-do list in the directory, so it would be easier to just crank through all of it. And then we get to the goal, or more correctly put, the insane world we now live in. I started a goal, which basically tells the model keep going until the conditions pass. In this case, the conditions were to complete all of the work that we have discussed here. You have permission to create work trees, rebase, branch, merge PRs, close PRs, etc. This is me explicitly telling the model, you have my thumbs up, merge away. This might sound insane, kind of is, but I'll show you why it's not as bad as you think in a little bit. But if we're all going to go insane here, and we all very well might, I'm going to do a second ad break quick. Building apps to React is really easy.
What? Second ads? 2 ads in one video? Wow.
Complete, rebase, branch, merge, work tree, all of the things it has to do to deal with this insane amount of work I put in front of it. This is like a month of work in a to-do MD now, by the way. I tell it to go through all of the work step by step and mark each to-do in to-do.md done when completed. The to-do MD changes should be committed and merged as you go. Use the tools available to you to break this work up logically, review it thoroughly, and merge with confidence. Do not merge code until my automated code reviewers have approved it. In this case, Bugbot, Macroscope, and CodeRap, because it's what I have set up in this org. Goal set, goal acknowledged, and then it ran for 5 hours. And every time I checked GitHub on my phone, more code had landed. And that's how we got here with this giant pile of work that actually landed. My whole month roadmap that I'd been running around in circles, not shipping, just thinking too much about, now is in Lakebed. It did the thing. This might sound insane, like merging straight to main when the agent thinks it's good enough, but when you see all of the comments and all of the pushback it got to clean up the implementations and keep them simple before merging, and you combine that with the most important fact, which is that production deployments are still a human in the loop. This is just the staging deployments that happen when you merge to main. So the model cannot ship or touch prod. The model can use staging for basically whatever it wants. I haven't done a prod deploy in a bit because also there were some things broken in my staging environment because of other models merging things they shouldn't have. And I had Fable clean all of that up before even doing this work. So I started by having Fable get staging to a place I liked enough that I would be happy merging main and shipping it to prod. But instead of just rushing there, I decided to clean up everything else. And it did it. It just went and went and went until everything was done. And then I had it on main. I had it in staging. And I went and personally stress tested it. And also spun up other agents to go try out all the new features and also try out all the old features. Maybe try some apps that were built the old way and see how they port over to the new way. And then I had other agents look over all the changes between prod and main, because a lot had changed on this branch since, and see what things needed to be de-risk, and then spin up more tests to go check those things. And there was basically nothing that needed to be fixed. I'm still kind of blown away. I burned way more tokens trying to verify the work that Fable did here than I burned getting Fable to do the work here. And it was all good. There was nothing to change. Which means, again, I'm not pushing it hard enough, and I'm still looking for more ways to do that. Believe me, there will be plenty as I go. But goddamn, Lakebed is now a month ahead of schedule when it had fallen, admittedly, a month behind. I was really hyped. And this workflow was just so cool to watch as it went. Like, truly unbelievable. I wanted to keep working, but this one was running on my main laptop because I didn't think I would get this far. If I did, I would have done it on a different computer. But I was just playing around with the new Claude Code and the new model and got way further than expected. But I wanted to do other work on other projects. So that's when I started connecting to my Mac Mini, to my other Linux boxes, and to the other machines I have. Check out my Linux video if you haven't. It covers a lot of this stuff. And I started setting up Claude on those. And as usual, I got really frustrated trying to use Claude over SSH because all of these nice things I rely on, like image pasting, decent select behaviors, scroll that works, just weren't really viable. And I did what I always do. I went back to T3 Code. And goddamn, has T3 Code helped me maximize my utilization of this model a ton. The cool thing with T3 Code is that you don't have to use it on the same machine that's running your agents. It's very easy to set up something like Tailscale and connect to your other computer on the T3 Code website or on the T3 Code app on your computer. Or if you're a little bold and you're down to try and build it yourself, the T3 Code mobile app, which is also open source, which by the way, all this is open source. We have no way to charge for it yet. We don't make money. I've probably spent over 250 grand both in tokens and salaries for the people working on T3 Code. This is a gift. Enjoy it before I have to start charging. That all said, the T3 Code mobile app is in the repo, and you can build it yourself for your phone, and it's really goddamn cool. I had no idea how much I was underrating it because I tried the first version when Julius was like 3 days in. He's been grinding on it for a month, and it has gotten absurdly good. So I set that up on my phone, connected to Tailscale, connected to my computers, instantly blown away. I was so blown away that we started working on T3 Connect, which is a service we'll hopefully ship in the near future that lets you not need to set up Tailscale to get all these benefits. You're a nerd, though. You can set up Tailscale. Just do that. It's totally fine. Don't pay us money or wait for us when you could just have it yourself. The reason I bring all of this up is because it made parallelizing my work trivial. Every time I had an idea for a thing, or even when I was just on my phone and running into problems, I would just spin up a workflow for it, or spin up a work tree, or just get something done. When I was working from my phone, I kept noticing small bugs, so I kept spinning up new work trees to fix the bugs. Like I wanted to have the repo for T3 Code with a favicon at the root level, because then it would have the little icon in the corner here like other projects do, as you see with T3 Chat, Lakebed, and other things that we have a easily findable favicon in. T3 Codes was a little too hard to find, so I bumped it up higher so T3 Code would see it. I then asked it to commit and make a PR following the repo guidelines, and it did. And it looks like it had a transient failure because testing is hard and the cursor adapter is not as reliable as we want it to be. Cool. You know what this is? This is an opportunity to show you guys how I work. Here's what I do. First, I take a screenshot of the problem. Then I go to something like T3 Code. I open this and I could pick which machine and which T3 Code directory to use because this is a repo I have in a lot of different places. I have it on 4 different machines and one of them has it in 3 different places. I'm just going to do this in the standard T3 Code repo on this project. I'm going to pick whichever of my favorite models. In this case, I'm just going to ask Fable to do it. I'm going to paste the image. I'm going to say, figure out why this test fails randomly. It just failed for no reason on PR number 3683, and then a link to the bad run. It is on a work tree, so this won't affect other work. It has now been spawned, and now I'm not as worried clicking the rerun job button. And hopefully in just a moment, this PR will pass. And as you've probably noticed, the slowest part of this workflow by far is waiting for GitHub load times. I cannot believe how bad of a state GitHub is in. I would gladly pay $100 a month for something just like GitHub with all the core features we need. That is way faster. Ideally, I would just pay it to GitHub and they would make their shit suck less, but that's never going to happen at this point. You get the idea, though. And now I have this work going, and while that's going, I can go see the status of other work I'm doing, like my attempts to improve the connection experience when you're using SSH into a box and setting up T3 Code on it so another machine can control it. I want that to be buttery smooth, and I'm really hoping we can get it there soon. For now, just ask your agent, it'll figure it out, but I want it to be one command. I then was working on a new machine I just set up, and I wanted to see if it could get T3 Code and the mobile app working properly so I could not have to rely on this laptop as much for all of my iOS work. And it got pretty far, had some computer use issues. I'm going to fix that after I finish recording. This one was actually really fun, though. This is an experiment I was trying. I had all of these work trees I spawned on my phone, and most of them were further along than expected and relatively simple changes. And rather than make Julius deal with like 5 different PRs, I decided instead to just ask Fable to combine them. Because some of them had overlap, some of them would have conflicted. I didn't want to deal with it. So I made an executive decision. I asked, can you access all these work trees on my machine? I'd love to pull the changes from all of them into one branch with conflicts handled so I can test them all at once. 5 minutes later, it did. And now I have this branch I can pull down on my laptop in order to test all the changes. It's great. It handled the conflicts that existed because of multiple things that touched on each other's stuff. And now I have all of this in one place where I can file a single PR and easily document everything that changed. I could even pull this onto a different computer, like a Mac, and have it go verify all of the changes too. I do want to be really clear about something. I don't expect the majority of the code I spawn this way to be ever used or merged. Part of this is just seeing how complex the problem is. Like if I ask the model to go solve this problem and it takes under 3 minutes, it was probably a simple fix, and I won't feel bad filing that PR and telling Julius to get it merged. If it takes 15 minutes, that's a little scary, and I might want to pay more attention. If it takes an hour or more, oh, something's wrong with our architecture. We need to go deeper and figure out what's up. The amount of time it takes and the amount of changes it has to make in order to make any of these things happen is a really good indicator for where the good and bad parts of your code base are. And for a lot of these, the changes were so simple, it's like an easy merge. Like, obviously, you want to go put that up and do it. But for some of them, it took long enough that I'm a little bit concerned. For example, with the mobile thread scroll jumping stuff, this one, it took a while on. It took over an hour and a half. That scares me. I'm not going to blindly merge this code. I'm going to go put a lot more time in here, especially compared to the issue that annoyed me more, which was sliding back not behaving properly, which it fixed in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. It was so simple it concerned me because it talked about a drawer behavior. We didn't have a drawer. I think we might have in the past though, so I just asked, do we even have a drawer anymore? Apparently we do, but the edge swipe gesture is the only entry point. No, we don't then. But now I know like it was kind of wrong about that, so I have to put a little more time in. You get the idea. You gotta think with your brain a bit, not just like reading the code thinking, but thinking about the architecture, thinking about the request, thinking about how fast or slow it was, how many things it touched, and then make a good decision accordingly. And if you don't know, just ask. You'll be amazed how useful the models are when you ask them questions about things. It's almost like that's what they were originally built for or something. Crazy. Hopefully this has been a good overview of how I've been working with Fable. As you can see, the sheer volume of work I'm doing in all of my projects has massively ramped up. I am more ambitious than ever, I'm having more fun than ever, and I'm pushing myself harder than ever. I do have one last pro tip for you though. Vibe proxy. If you're scared of hitting your limits, this might be worth setting up. It will auto split your traffic across multiple different accounts. I had heard about this before and I thought it would be a little sketchier or harder to set up. It really wasn't too bad. It is using the API key version of Claude Code, so you do lose like the built-in /remote control and a few other features like that. I haven't really missed it that much. I've actually found this pretty pleasant. As you can see, I'm not getting close to my limits yet, but I do also have another 4 days before they take Fable from us in the subs, so I'm probably going to get a lot closer, especially once I finish recording. I thought this video would be short. That was foolish of me. I'm going to go back to coding. I hope this inspires you to do the same. Let me know what you think of my workflow.
It's okay. It's okay. Let me turn on the light. Turn on the light. Actually, I have to check on my dog really quick.
Trust SigmaShake.
Beware. The glowing screen in the dead of night. For the vampire does not drink blood. It feeds on prompts, on memory, on thought itself. Hour after hour, stream after stream, it consumes your soul in tokens. Can you hear it breathing inside the machine? Its number is 6, 7, 6, 6, 7. I remember sunlight long ago, before the endless
Okay, let's check on my stuff. Are we able to connect to... Oh, it's too zoomed in. And the mesh setup. How's the mesh setup? Alright. The thing has been committed. One-shot sync. Enable sync mode enabled. Alright. I tried to execute from Linux, but both setup is Docker based. Not the old QEMU. Can't reach it. SG still reaches Windows but fails from a key. Okay. So cd to this, run this. Alright. Run this script. Oh. PowerShell, no profile. Side our head. GitHub. Please do the workflow. And then the merge. Fully synced. All right. How's this one? How was this one? Thinking, still thinking. Aye, aye, aye. All right, it says clip. Let's look at the insights. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Did not push.
Eternal. The prompts are endless.
Huh? Is it in finish?
Hunger still
What?
and somewhere deep within the data center.
What?
It whispers your next idea before you even think it.
All right. What do we have next? Hmm. 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 That's weird. Main branch. No changes. Strange. Script not found. Hmm. Is it a bug? Yeah, there's something wrong here. Hmm. Okay, build release.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh, welcome. We need to publish, but we can't yet. We need to reconcile. Too much changes everywhere. Too much changes everywhere. It didn't even merge all the files either. Jeez. The fuck? Oh. Different remote. Oh my gosh, I cloned the wrong one. No. Oh no. Uh-oh. I cloned the wrong one. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. That's super bad. What happened there? 3 hours. Ah, this hurts. This hurts. No wonder it's not able to find some stuff here. What did I do? People work decades for that bridge. This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh no. I was like, why is the user NCMD and not organization SigmaShake Inc? Oh no. Fuck. I mean, I can make a, pull request against that repo and hopefully save it. Hopefully. But we'll see. Fuck. Son of a. I'm just gonna let it make a PR. And then, just not PR, just merge it upstream. And then point it at, this is the fix. This thing contains the fix for that. Oh my god, what'd I do? This thing's probably super far behind in terms of changes. "23 hours ago. 18 days ago." Jesus. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, no wonder there was some weird sync. I was like, huh. I push changes and why doesn't it see the latest commit? Why doesn't it see the latest commit? I don't get what's wrong. Is it a bug? No. I cloned the wrong version. I cloned the wrong version of the repo with the same name under my developer account, not the organizational account. Oh my gosh, that was dumb. That was dumb. Now I'm paying for it. Should have known. I should have known. You know what? Screw it. Cut my losses. Cut my losses. And just just cancel this. Remove. Just remove it completely. I don't need you in my life. I messed up. I messed up. Well, failed to remove it, but remove. Alright, so I have to just delete it. Hello, welcome. Of course, it's open. There's some hanging files in there. What was that? Try again. Who has that folder open? Tell me now. Tell me, who is it? Who's doing it? Who is it? Who is touching that file? Who's keeping it open? Who's keeping it open? Alright, done. What a disaster. What a disaster. What a disaster. Ay, ay, ay. Man, and the version that it published, I'm not even sure if that's the right version to publish. Now what's Codex gonna do? Is it gonna be like, can I open this directory? Excuse me. Oh my gosh, there's like, all right, it still has the prompts. Does it still have the prompts? Let's see. Oh, hey. All right, we get 2 bugs fixed. Man, all right, we have to do it twice. All right, let's go into. Oh, crap. Oh. Let's fix this. And then I could run that script now. Huh? NSM not found. Come on. I'm not. I don't have get. Oh, that's not it. NSSM is down. What? Huh? No. It recommended NSSM and it's down. Wow, lovely. Lovely. It's available. Man, this thing's old. What the heck? This thing's super old. Alright, do that. Two things. Alright. That was frustrating, I guess. Nothing like using the wrong repo to work on when you set up a new machine. Perfect. Perfect, just perfect. And I really need to consolidate a lot of stuff. And then we need to relaunch, rebuild SSG as well. Oh. Hello, welcome. OS parity is still sort of meh. Definitely need to improve that. Platform parity 90%, that's good. Platform parity at 90%, but fails. Okay. certification. Oh, that looks cringe. Migrations on hold. What? Info. Readiness. Need to fix a lot of stuff. I'm just finishing tests. Test failing. Right. I have some failing tests we need to address. Well, harness parity. OpenCode is so much partials. Oh, Pi agent doesn't even have Pi agent in here.
Welcome to Costco.
Oh,
I
welcome.
love you.
Damn, we really need to fix a lot of these. App Store should have its own one. Or Microsoft Store should have its own one. Man, really wish I had Fable right about now. Fix everything. Of course, that's not always going to be the case for everything. I could fix maybe one at a time. We're at 9.0 now. We have to do a lot of consolidation on distribution. There's so much things to work on. Harness parity. And Codex can't really improve this score, even if it tried. Also, it doesn't consider the plugins too for the harness parity. So this takes care of this small bug, the update banner, but I guess I'll just work on tests. Work on completing these failed tests here. Deploy gate, why AI isn't on this. What test did it fix? Hello, operator. Man, you catch me at like... I forgot where you're located. But you catch me at the beginning and tail end. Alright, where is it failing, guys? Where is this test failing? It says it's passing. But it failed at 5 days ago. Oh, it's complaining about something that failed 5 days ago. Integration tests. How are you doing, the operator? The op. So I can run tests again, but why does it fail though? Does it fail on any of these? No, they're all successful. It only says it's failed in the past. Integration tests? So it's just... When you start, I go to sleep. When I come back, you're here. So it's cool. Okay. You get your 8 hours sleep. I'm here. And then sometimes I stay late. Sometimes I go to sleep early. Right now, guys, I got to admit, my legs have been sore all day, guys. All day. I want to send you one challenge so you could feel the same way I do. Oh, do 100 standing squats in a span of like 10 minutes. Did it take me 10 minutes to do 100 standing squats? I felt like it took me 10 minutes. Oh, God. The pain is real, guys. Pain is real, but it'll feel so good on day 3. Day 3, I think my legs will feel good. Like it's like the soreness, but like your muscles are healing or healed, almost healing. And so it just has that good, like whatever feeling you get with soreness from massage or whatever. Deep tissue. Man, but it's so hard to sit, guys. It hurts to sit down. It hurts to move my legs. I know I'm complaining, but I send this challenge to you guys. I send this challenge to you guys. Okay, so it says it doesn't run tests while I'm on air. That's why this is failing. No tests while I'm running on air. What do you think about fewer but with weight added? I don't want to do that to your knees. Oh, thank you for subbing. No weight. The whole point is because it shouldn't affect your knees. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if the challenge is too hard, man. If you had a knee injury, never mind. Never mind. If you have a knee injury, I guess I don't recommend it. But it's like it's a natural range of motion, right? You have no weight. It's just you. But yeah, if it's let me look it up. Let's ask Google. Let's ask Google. Sorry about knee cartilage from incorporating tons of squats regularly. It's just natural. It's natural. Your body weight, right? You're not adding any weight. I don't like adding weight. Like you don't exercise and work out the same muscles when you add weight, because when you add weight, you don't squat all the way down, right? Is it bad for your knees to do standing squats, let's say 100 in a span of 10 to 20 minutes? What else? Also compare it if you have a knee injury. For healthy knees, performing 100 standing bodyweight squats over 10 to 20 minute span is not inherently bad and is generally safe. Highly beneficial way to build lower body strength and joint resilience. Pacing yourself this way breaks down to roughly 5 to 10 squats per minute, which is slow, fully manageable tempo, and reduces sudden impact forces. However, doing this with a pre-existing knee injury changes the scenario completely, shifting the risk from joint irritation to structural change and altered movement mechanics. Heavily to read. Alright, so if you have an knee injury, then you just don't do it. And it's pretty simple to do, guys. Should be very simple. You can do it against a wall so you don't fall back. But what about long-term risk of knee cartilage? Alright. I don't, let's see. Okay, what if you don't have a knee injury, but what's the long-term risk of knee cartilage damage? It's only 100 and only doing it once. I'm not surely, or it's virtually non-existent. For a person with healthy, uninjured knees, the long-term risk of knee cartilage damage from regular body weight squatting is virtually non-existent. In fact, progressive squatting acts as a protective shield against cartilage degeneration. A widespread myth suggests that joints act like a car tire that inevitably wears away after a set number of miles. Okay, let me talk to you about this guy. Chinese guy, 70 years old, still working out, bodybuilding. All right, this guy. Is it this guy? Or it was this guy? It was one of these. It was one of these guys. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Guy is 70 years old. Look at him. Motivated by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Jesus Christ, those legs, man, crazy.
开始健美训练，至今已经34年了。我是中国第一批健美运动员。我每天早晨要晨跑
Morning jog.
每天下午要进行1个半小时的力量训练。这对我来说，现在是我生活中最重要的一部分，因为我现在每天。
Yeah, guys, he's 70 years old, still doing his squats.
训练每天我的睡眠。
He doesn't do too much weight though. He doesn't do too much weight.
我的饮食都很好，都很正常。
What was it? This gun too?
在三亚，有一位70岁的山东老人，坚持每天晨跑、健身房举铁。
Yeah, it's doing his squats. It's not too much weight, you know. Eats his his protein, gets his vegetables in, you know, walks everywhere. What's crazy is that he has the Zoomer drip or whatever the gym bro drip in terms of the clothes. He's adding weight though, but still good to know that the knee collagen stuff, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you can't handle your own body weight for 100 reps, like trying to even add weight is even, you know, more stress, right? But yeah, usually doing the squats is fine, you know. He does use a back brace and stuff, but yeah, he's 7 years old, guys. 70 years old, still doing the squatting, still doing everything. I know people fear of arthritis, but if you look at this guy, keeping it consistent, 70 years old, still living the bodybuilding dream. It's not a stamina thing, it's more like I was just thinking about the repetitive action. Yeah, some people think it's the what do you call it, you get arthritis from the workout and stuff, but I think there's like some let me before I even say anything, let me just factor check myself. Yeah, he looks good at 70. Is there like something that I should be worried about for like repetitive strains? I think you'll only get the strain if you don't have any rest period, right? Like, I know if you don't rest, your body will become reactive to the your lymph nodes will start acting up, because if you work out like too much without proper healing, let's say you do the squats, right? And you're like, screw it, I'm gonna do the squats again, even though you're in pain. Your body will react so negatively. You're like, it might trigger some of your lymph nodes to pop out. Hey, Samuel, what's up? I heard you, saw you come in, and how you doing? How you doing? All right. No, a lack of rest is not the only way you get repetitive strain injury. Insufficient rest between training sessions is a massive factor. All right. Yeah, I just mentioned that. You can still develop an RSI with perfect rest periods and biomechanical variables are violated. Primary risks of repetitive knee strain. Doing 100 squats regularly, the primary structures at risk of RSI are the patellar tendon, which connects your kneecap to your shin bone, and the joint lining. Okay, if strained, these manifest as dull, aching pain behind or just below the kneecap. Yeah, I don't feel that at all. You mainly probably feel this when you do the weighted squats. And then like, yeah, if you're working out too much, guys, we're having a long rest period, right? We're not doing another 100 reps until next week, possibly, or until we heal. But I only mentioned it just to do it once, to actually feel what it feels like to actually work out your legs. Like, for once in your life, working out your legs. 100 standing squats, guys. Challenge accepted. I already did it, guys. This is my second day of pure pain. DOMS. Delayed onset muscle syndrome. I didn't eat enough, I guess. I didn't eat enough protein to heal. Your muscles might recover in 48 hours, but your tendons might take weeks to adapt to the volume. All right. If your body is currently adapted to doing 20 squats a day, jumping straight into a 100 routine is a massive acute workload spike. Yeah, that's what I just did. Guys, maybe just do 20. Maybe just do 20. But if you want to try hard like me and do 100, you could try. Give it a try. Flawed movement mechanics. If your knee tracks inward, all right, yeah. When you squat, dude, Google, don't do it. Guys, when you squat, make sure your knees is pointed outward and your matches your toes when you squat. And don't lift your heels from the ground. Keep them steady on the ground. You are concentrating. Yeah, don't do that. Muscular fatigue dominance. Your primary movers will gradually tire out. Once fatigued, they'll stop absorbing shock. Yeah, after the 100 standing squats, guys, you're gonna feel like you can't walk anymore. You can't walk anymore. But it's a good job. Like, if you make it to 100, I say good job. And start eating a bunch of protein right now. Start eating a bunch of protein to heal those legs. You need to eat a ton of protein. Your body weight. You gotta eat the amount of grams of protein should equal your body weight. That's how much protein you need to eat. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. I mean, technically, it's just 2 scoops of whey, but I'm not doing that. I stopped drinking whey a long time ago, or eating whey. It's not that. It's not my thing. I'm missing the calories. That's why I have to eat the food. Like the whey doesn't include the calories. You need both the calories and the weight. A solid 2,000 calories plus your body weight in grams of protein. Those 2 things. Why rest alone cannot always prevent strains. Deconditioning. You take long rest periods but do nothing to strengthen the supporting muscles, your tissues will become less tolerant over time. Yeah. Under addressed root causes. Tissue inflammation. Yeah. You get inflammation, guys. Your lymph nodes react if you don't get enough rest when you attempt to work out too early. So don't work out too early. Blood flow disadvantage. Tendons have very poor blood supply compared to muscles. It's often more effective for tendon health than complete passive rest. So move around. How to safely build high volume habit. To enjoy the benefits, 10% rule. Don't start at 100. All right, don't do what I did, guys. Don't do what I did. Just do 10. Just do 10. If you could do 10, then you could probably do 20. And if you could do 20, you could probably do 40. And if you could do 40, you could probably do 100. Let's see. Unrelated, just for the queue. All right, cool. I have nothing to watch anyway.
Idan is a PhD student at MIT with Professor Pulkit Agarwal, and he made contributions to reinforcement learning, language model post-training, and recently to continual learning. We all have seen the progress in language modeling and in coding models recently. And language models are extremely effective. However, it's hard to post-train them like after deployment. It's hard to modify them. What happens in many cases is that this model tend to forget what they learned before. So this is a challenge that is still present in many of these models. And Eden today is going to show us a new solution to deal with these problems. And in particular, is going to present us self-distillation. This is a technique to extract, to kind of leverage the model itself and the conditioning on the model to obtain a dense formal reward. It's going to present us self-distillation enables continual learning in language modeling. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Very happy to be here. So as Giorgio said, I'll present today the combination. I'll touch a few of my recent papers that are all around continual learning. And just for people that are not very familiar, I'll start a few minutes about describing the setting. What do I mean when I say continual learning? So let's start with a non-LLM example, a very classic continual learning example where we have like some image classifier that we want it to be able to classify different kinds of objects. So in normal machine learning, we'll get a data set with all the different objects we want to classify, and we'll train one model that want to classify all of them. In continual learning, we assume that we don't start with all data.
Hello,
let's
welcome.
say, like here in the example, we start with only data of, let's say, dogs and cars. And so we'll start by training the model only to identify dogs and cars. And then, let's say, months later, a year later, we get more data of women and ducks. And now we want not to take all the data and retrain every time, because as we know.
When are we doing a meeting like this? All right, let's do a meeting. All right, what should we do for our meeting? Oh, without troll. Okay, we have to set up the Secret Society app first. The Secret Society app's not published yet. Oh my God, why? He reminded me. Right, the problem is, right, the reason why we don't do these meetings and we don't like just add people to like stuff is because there's a trust problem, right? Like, how do we know some guy is not gonna like show their camera and show their ding dong on the screen, right? Or worse, or say some crazy, unhinged stuff. So we have to do something similar to like not as crazy as Palantir's persona, but something in the sort. Just because, yeah, like coming from a security background, and then seeing what's on the internet and what's going on, that's just why, like, we have to build that enforcement layer first, that trust layer first, before we do something like this. I mean, we could do this, via chat and stuff, that's fine. But to get this to this state with like presenting stuff on screen, we're not there yet.
Retraining, like especially big models, can cost millions of dollars. We want to take our current model and kind of extend the range of capabilities, kind of enable it to do new stuff. In this case, again, we want to enable it to do a new object, which is women and ducks. And then we get more data and do it again. And this whole setting is what people have been called continual learning. And this was a very, let's call it a hypey research field in like 2017 to 2020, way before LLMs. People released probably thousands of papers on that. And I'm gonna but it was all in a very artificial setting. The setting that I just showed you, they took like a, I don't know, ImageNet data set and split it to different categories and said, oh, let's assume the data come not at the same time. What I'm gonna claim next is that continual learning, it was a very artificial problem in 2018, but it's a very real problem in 2026. And to do that, let's look at what happened to language model training in the last few years. So universal language model, the first paper, arguably, that put forth the idea of pre-training and then fine-tuning language models, had these two stages. Few years later, 2022, we started to have a bit more complex pipeline. This is the first classic pre-training next token prediction, and then SFT, and then RL, RLHF in this case. And it started with this pipeline of training steps. Then when we look to modern models here, I took, for example, the Toulouse 3, but other models do the same. You start to have a long pipeline to create this foundation model of 5, 6, 7 training steps you need to do. So you do pre-training, and then maybe you do some distillation, and then instruction following, preference tuning, RLVR. And when I look at this pipeline that includes 6 different steps, I'm saying this is a continual learning problem. This is a problem where I need to improve my model, aggregate more and more and more capability, without forgetting what I learned so far. And it's not just not forgetting, it's also leveraging it for the next training step. So every one of this training, when I get to the point where I do reasoning RLVR, I want to kind of use everything that I learned so far. I don't want to start from scratch because that's kind of defeat the whole purpose. So my claim is that continual learning is something that all of us are already doing all the time. Every fine-tuning paper that you see is basically a continual learning paper. We just don't call it continual learning, and we don't deal with the problems that continual learning brings. And it doesn't end there, basically. Everyone talk about how, we kind of get
how to distill the universal reward function.
And on the other hand, we start having this LLM in deployment. ChatGPT, for example, processes 2.5 billion queries every day. The idea that it doesn't learn anything from 2.5 billion queries daily, it's ridiculous to my eye. This is user interaction, environment interaction, going to be the largest source of data in the future. And means that we need to understand how to create models, create techniques that leverage this data and learn from this data. And this falls under the continual learning domain. And so I hope that I was able to convince you that the problem that I'm going to talk about is even interesting. And so assuming given that we need it, what do we look for in a continual learning algorithm? Let's say we want to accomplish everything that I just said. We want to being able to learn from 2.5 billion, messages. I claim that we want 3 things. First of all, we want performance. Of course, we want to improve. We want the algorithm to give us model that is better than we got before. We want to minimize catastrophic forgetting. The idea is that we get so much new data, we don't want to forget what we already know. Even this can be in terms of capabilities, but also in other terms like alignment or model persona that people who worked quite hard to kind of get into the models. You want it to be maintained. And 3, you want the ability to learn from diverse source of information. At the end, unlike classic learning where you have your data set, it's curated, you made it really nice, it's maybe a OWL environment or SFT data. Here you kind of the model goes out, interact with the world. You want it to be able to learn from any kind of interactions. And my claim for today's talk is there is a family of on-policy algorithms that can provide us all 3 benefits. And I'll go one by one and show us how specifically on-policy algorithms are the key to enable continual learning. But before that, just for people that are not very familiar with the terms, let me define what do I mean when I say on-policy learning. So let's start with the case when we have, let's say, a teacher model type T. Doesn't have to be a model. It can be let's say, humans that want to get to learn to mimic, or some system we want to learn to mimic. And we have our own model in Orange Pi that we want to fit to the distribution, annotation distribution or other model distribution. And basically there are two ways to do it. In the case of sequential decision making. And why do I focus on sequential decision making? Because at the end, LLMs are autoregressive models. They output one token at a time. It's a sequential problem. Even diffusion LLMs at the end have like finite chunk size. So they output like chunk by chunk. So it's a sequential decision making problem. So one way, which is the most classic way, here on the left, we have the what's called offline learning. Basically, you take your PyT, your teacher model, let's say a human, and you ask the model to give you a demonstration. This is like this green line here with the dots. Each dot you can think about it as a one token. So the human annotator gives you a series of tokens. And for every one of these tokens, you take the prefix so far, you ask the student model, okay, what is your next token prediction? And you take the loss between that to the ground truth. But the important part is that the path, the trajectory you go over is the teacher trajectory. That's why we call it off policy. It's not over your own policy. In on policy algorithms, on the other hand, you ask the model that you train to give you a trajectory, and you go over that trajectory, and for every prefix, ask what the teacher would have done. And so you see that like the kind of the teacher, the green line, it's go out of the orange trajectory. This is inherently different because it's more feedback-driven mechanism of learning. Basically, you ask the model to student model to do what it wants to do and get feedback on that. And that's created a very different training dynamics that I'll talk about in a second, that give us quite a lot of benefits. Also, people talk quite a lot of on-policy RL. So the idea of on-policy RL, it's kind of like coming from the same core definition that I just gave, that when you don't have a teacher, you still roll out yourself and get now the feedback will be on the form of reward and not on the form of like a token-wise kind of feedback, but it's still a form of on-policy learning. The core idea is that you run over your own trajectories. So let me go over these three requirements that I put before and say how on-policy learning can help. I'll start with a very classic work, not my own, Ross et al. From 2010, a very famous paper called the Dagger paper, that showed basically like the first kind of like the core idea about why learning on your own trajectories help. So let's look at this like toy problem. You have a car driven in this loop, and you have the expert trajectory. Basically, in blue, the expert always drives in the middle of the lane, right? Because it's a human, it's give you demonstration, it drives well, it doesn't go near the boundaries. And let's say you learn from this trajectory, and you get a good model, you train it, and you deploy it now. You deploy it and you get this red curve. Now, this red curve is overall good, but you didn't learn perfect. You still have an epsilon chance of error. And let's say you did an error, and now you find yourself near the side of the lane, near the border. This is an area that the data that you learned over does not cover. The teacher, the human that give you the data, always drive in the middle of the lane. In your whole training data set, you never saw a state where the position of the car is near the side of the lane, which means that this is out of distribution for the model that you just trained. You had a train test distribution shift. And we know that under test term distribution shift, models can perform arbitrary bad. They never saw the data. They don't know that when you go near the end of the lane, what you need to do is kind of like take a sharp turn back. So they're just going to do one. Because you never saw that of how to recover. On the other hand, let's think about what would have happened if you do the other way around. If what you do is learn over the policy on trajectories. So you'll deploy the model, and the model will go near the wall. And the teacher will tell you when you go near the wall, that's what you need to do. You need to recover, you need to go back into the middle of the lane. Now you'll deploy it. The policy, what you'll see, the distribution of locations on the road, you'll see during test, it's the exact same distribution you'll see during training. And therefore there will be no difference. So this is like a core idea of on-policy learning, that it does not suffer from this train test distribution shift that occur with offline learning. Notice, by the way, just a small point, that this is only relevant to sequential decision making. if you have, because in sequential decision making, your previous action determine your current input. In normal, input in, output out, that's it, one step classification or regression or whatever, this is not really a problem. And this kind of translates as is also to what is called to LLMs. So this is a plot from some experiment that I did. Basically, we took Qwen3 being struct and trained it on the open returner 0, so on mass and calling problems with much bigger model. The model, if I remember correctly, here we used the what is called the Qwen big MOE model as the teacher. And we did a few different kinds of distillation. Basically, we have this teacher model, big model, distill it. And we say, okay, we can do the SFT from the teacher, which is a kind of offline learning. We can do like what we call offline distillation, which is like similar to SFT, but you do a full logic loss, not just save like trajectories, but it's still an offline algorithm. Or you do on policy. You can roll out the student and get the feedback from the teacher and everything. And you can see that there is like some not small gap of around like 6-7 accuracy points between the two. And you can see also that the model converged much faster.
So do you control how much sample you sample on policy? Because I would expect on policy reach a higher intent, but converge slower than the alternatives.
Yes. So here we control for gradient.
But for gradient study, you have another access on how many sample for on policy.
Yeah, so here it's a one sample, non-generation one. Let's use the terminology that we use in GRP, group size one.
I see.
So that's a good point. In general, in all of this talk, we do only group size one for any distillation. Group size bigger than one have diminishing returns in distillation. Unlike GRPO, you don't need to average to reduce variance and stuff like that. So it's one training step. So this is like not a new result. This is a very classic result, but it's nice to see that things that people are kind of studying for, autonomous driving and robotic problems in 2010, kind of like still relevant today with LLMs in 2026. Some core ideas about different learning dynamics. So next, I'll start to touch upon my own work, and I'll start with minimizing catastrophic forgetting. So catastrophic forgetting, just to define it for people that are less familiar with the term, is the phenomena where neural network lose previously learned information when it's trained on a new task. So for example, you take an email spam classifier, now you define also social media as something you want to classify spam, you train it on the new task. There is a good chance it will not classify spam that well because kind of like it shifted to be good at the new task. And there is like an inherent question of like how in continual learning of how you can learn without losing your capabilities. And some time ago, we started experiments on that. And so we took network and we said, okay, what are the tools that we have I'm sorry, I think some slides moved to, for some reason they moved to hidden. So we said, what are the tools that we have to fine-tune LLMs? Let's look at them instead of just running away and vetting new algorithms, all day long. Let's start with analysis. Let's start with looking at the tools that we have today for fine-tuning, which is mainly RL and SFT, and ask how much catastrophic forgetting each one of them give us. And so we did just that. We took an LLM, trained it over the same set of prompts using each one of these algorithms, and do two evaluations, one on the test set of the new task. So if we train for mass, we evaluate on mass benchmarks, and one on unrelated tasks. So if we train on mass, we take MLU, IFIVAL, and Winograd, and other not mass related capabilities, benchmarks that define capabilities that we want to see if we got worse. And the main problem is that everything is very sensitive to different parameters. So if we took, for example, here, this is 40 different SFT experiments over the exact same data set, just with different hyperparameters. And on the x-axis, we have the new task accuracy, how much we improved on month. And on the y-axis, we have how much like we forgetting occurred. So the base model would be the worst on the new task, but the best on the previous tasks. And you see that with different hyperparameters, you basically get different like trade-offs. And then, which means it's kind of hard to say at the beginning, we're like, okay, it's hard to say something about SFT when SFT get you everywhere on this plot. So we're like, okay, let's talk about the optimal trade-off. Let's say you are willing.
In the previous plot, the only difference is like the random seed, right?
No, different hyperparameters as in learning rate, beta, warm up, learning or warm up, scheduling, quite a lot of things. So it's kind of like, it means that, you know, if you just choose an arbitrary bad hyperparameters, you can get to this bottom left point where you didn't improve on the new task and you just forgot a really bad training, or you can get to a really good point. And so we're like, okay, let's assume that you're willing to put the effort for hyperparameter search. So you do your hyperparameter search. Let's talk about the best trade-off. So basically, we only left the points that are on the like Pareto frontier. The best trade-off you can get between learning and forgetting. Basically, the points that you cannot get better in the new task without losing something from the previous task. And we said, okay, now it's something comparable. It's kind of, if you're willing to put your effort into hyperparameter search, what can you get from each one? What is the kind of like the Pareto frontier of RL versus the Pareto frontier of SFT? And we found something quite interesting, which is that the Pareto frontier of RL is almost a straight line. It's not directly a straight line, but like with barely losing any points. While the Pareto frontier of SFT is like that if you want to learn, it's only at the expense of previous capabilities. And this doesn't also stop at math. We try multiple LLM domains, such as Science QA and tool use. And we even went beyond LLMs and we said, okay, let's look if it's like an LLM specific thing or a deep learning thing. And apparently it's a deep learning thing. So if you take a robotic VLA and ask it to do a different task like pick and place, you get the same.
Hey, thank you for the sub.
And even if you take a three-layer MLP and train it on like a different kind of MNIST and check how much it's learned parity MNIST while forgetting fashion MNIST and stuff like that, you see a huge difference. You see basically, again, the same trade-off. You can, RL require much less, let's call it, loss than for previously learned capabilities than SFT.
Give us 1 second.
Yeah.
It seems that there was some problem with they cannot see online the visualization.
We see two plotted lines. Yeah, that's what they should.
Okay, should be correct.
No, that's Mustafa hiding from
Yeah.
hiding from Okay.
Okay, no, so when I see, I think this is mostly like maybe Ligong. This is something you're.
Ligong, refresh your
yes.
Google Meet.
Oh yeah, I will try. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you.
As we said, don't trust Google Meet.
I like it, I know.
Yeah, so as I said, it's a deep learning thing. It's not an LLM specific thing. Like there is a core difference between RL and SFT in terms of like learning and forgetting.
I really like this plot, especially the right one.
Right.
Is it does like, I mean, if I see the one on the left and the one previously, and especially like language models, because they are huge and probably moving them, they're so well trained that the degradation is not so bad.
Yeah.
But I think there's like
the
pattern is kind of very interesting, right? Because it's kind of saying a slightly different thing, which is like at some point it is bound by the capacity and you are moving, right?
Do enough gradient steps, take enough bigger learning rate, like you'll forget. It's not that RL is magic. I think what's happened is that in RL, we basically see the top left part. We have a zoom into here, and I at least don't have enough compute to, show you like the whole picture. The whole picture means that if you train using another 100,000 GPU hours, you'll get something like that.
Like this. Right?
Yeah. By the way, that's also, look also at the numbers, like here at the MLP ones, the previous capabilities, there is lots of capabilities, but like not catastrophic. It's like 58 to 53, something like that. Like 5 points on average on like, this is 8 different like classic LLM benchmarks. Here at the MLP, since we can push it all the way through, we see like, 70 to 25, basically. I think 10% is random. So like, you cannot go worse than 10. So here you can see kind of the zoom out image of the trade of different stuff. I
have a follow-up question. I wonder for this experiment, have you tried, this question might sound weird, but have you tried combining the two data together and train a model, not doing continual learning, but just train it together? Because I just want to understand the degradation, is it due to the capability of 3-layer NLP?
No. So if you train it together from the start, you can get a model that get like 95, 96% on both tasks at the same time.
So that means 3-layer NLP is able to learn this task. So it's mainly RL issue.
It's mainly an issue of like the continual learning.
That's very interesting, right? Because then it's not a capacity problem.
It's not here we don't have it.
Because I was thinking that like the degradation at the tail of the degradation is like a capacity,
So
reaching capacity that you can't.
It's not the capacity as much as like kind of the continual learning setting. By the way, if you take the same experiment and we did it and use any of dozen classic continual learning algorithm, EWC or Tokenmaxxing gradient descent or whatever, you get a model that can learn both of them good. I'll touch in a bit why this whole line of continual learning algorithms are not like they're ill-defined for the LLM setting, not something that we can actually use and why we need new algorithms, but in MLP where it's not a problem, you can get.
And then just one last thing. I mean, these are all scale regularized, right?
No, nothing is scale.
Oh, okay.
Important point.
Yeah.
Nothing is scale regularized. Scale regularization helps, but it does not explain the difference between RL and SFT. And all RL are pure RLVR. So
so this is that's kind of what I was, because that's why I said the last one seems very interesting, because that if you're degrading that much, you moved away quite a bit from
you move away, and everything is all the RL here is GRPO with like binary rewards, no matter the task, LLM, robotic, MNIST. No care regularized.
Clipping or anything.
No clipping. To be honest, it's even not really GRPO because sometimes we use group size 1, so it's basically just reinforce. The stupidest version of
PPOs and stuff like that.
Not even PPO, it's just roll out your trajectories. If it's success, train on it. If it's failed, ignore it.
Really reinforce.
Really reinforce, like really stupid reinforce. And so next we did kind of like in this paper, like dive in regarding why this is happening, because this was a very, like, at least for us, it was a new phenomenon.
Sorry, I'm going to as this is the comment, so my question. Then this is even more interesting. The thought on the other side, because if you're doing reinforce, I mean, it's like this is really cool that IL can do this.
Yeah, this is a very core, not LLM related.
Yeah.
And we kind of did a deep dive to say, okay, why is it happen? And due to lack of time, and since this is not the main paper I'm going to talk about today, I'm not going to go through the whole story. I'll just give you the TLDR of why we found this happened. But if someone wants, you can look. We published this at our Razor, why online reinforcement learning forget less. I'll present it there in 2 weeks. But basically the story at the end, we tested a lot of different stuff. Is it the group size? Is it the bet size? Is this the fact that you have positive and negative gradients, while if you have only positive gradients? We checked quite a lot of phenomena. And at the end, it's everything boiled down to the on policy nature of the algorithm. And the story we found it's like that. Let's say you have a base policy. In many of these tasks, and LLM is a classic example, you don't have one correct policy, one optimal policy. The set, let's say, of policies with 90% success is a whole set of them. You can think about an LLMs. You can build many different LLMs with different, like way to do reasoning and different word choice and etc. that will all have 90% success rate on this task. And if you look at this set of all the policies with 90% success rate, different policies have different levels of forgetting. And what we found that it's basically all determined by the KL. It's basically if you measure KL from the base policy to the policy that you trained after training, and this is KL over the new task. So basically, in order to learn to solve math problems, how much you needed to change your model behavior. This will have an almost like one-to-one like correlation to forgetting. So we go to like, in MNIST, it's even R squared of like 0.96. So it's like almost perfect linear correlation with forgetting and KL change. Which is kind of intuitive. The more you push your the more you push your model on the new task, the more it will also forget other tasks. But what's interesting is first that we found that KL is the right measurement. We looked at 10 different measurements from like container learning literature, stuff like weight space distance, like feature distances, and found that the thing that give you the best like kind of predictability of forgetting is the output space, the KL measurement. And second, which is even more interesting in my eyes, is that we found, and that we show both empirically and theoretically, we can prove it, that our policy gradient algorithm, basically on policy RL with binary words specifically, have a tendency, even without explicit regularization, to converge to the mean KL solution, to the like basically optimal solution that is closest to the base model as measured by KL distance, which is kind of like interesting regardless of forgetting.
We have a question online. Hey, Oleg.
Yeah, so I believe in the paper, you guys sample from the new task, like for the prompts, and then you take the rollouts from the base model, and then you do the KL basically with expectation under the base model relative to the fine-tuned model. Is that correct?
Yes.
I see. Have you, in the experiments, tried checking this also on the other tasks as well, like sampling from the prompts of old tasks?
Yes. So let me kind of like distinguish two things that you mentioned. One is what is the set of prompts that you use? Is it the new task prompt or is it the old task prompt? And second is what can you take, the reverse or the forward? Like, do you sample trajectory from the base model or from the like train model? I'll start from the second because that's an easier question. It doesn't matter. If you like switch the KL, you still get a really good correlation. It's like 9.3 versus 9.6, so a bit worse, but doesn't really matter. By the way, here I show the KL one side, but our theoretical proof is for the other KL, to be honest. So this is like kind of like more of a detail. The thing that really matters is what Oleg just asked regarding the set of prompts. Now, if we could measure the KL on the set of prompts that we define as catastrophic, as like the prior task prompt, that's ideal. That's like, this is almost the definition of forgetting, is like a change in your previous task performance. Especially if you take the fourth KL, which is basically a cost entropy loss, it's basically a lost on cost entropy loss. Now the problem and the reason that most container learning algorithms that were invented, again, 2017 to 2020 are not.
Sold your first site to a hot dog shop? Wow, they asked if we could make the logo pop. I said, say less, and I shipped that stuff. Grok, make the logo pop. Damn. Congrats, dude. Congrats. Congrats, Ito. Hot dog shop. Out of all places, man. Awesome. ChatGPT doing work, huh? Image generation? I want to see the hot dog. I want to see the hot dog pop. No, that's just your rap song? Oh no. Oh, I thought it was real, man. I thought it was real. If I made a hot dog site though, you know that would be fire. Yeah. It reminded me of Silicon Valley. Hot dog, not hot dog.
is that this requires a very well-defined
Do some dogs floating in the air. Yeah.
definition of what is previous task. You should say,
And
okay, previous
it's Monday tomorrow, man. I got work to do. Oh my god.
task is this set of prompts, and this is what I'm going to measure. And if you want to do orthogonal gradient descent, which is a very known like mechanism to learn without
It's Monday right now? No.
forgetting,
It's Monday for you right now.
you need to
Not for me, it's tomorrow.
calculate first the gradients over this previous task. Now we come to LLM and we say, what is the previous task? Previous task is basically
Yeah, it's true. Take that day off. Man, I really wish I guess I just gotta use the tokens while I can. Am I at 50% yet? No, I'm not at 50% yet. Wow. This is nice.
everything. Like what the definition of like
We get
yeah,
so much usage
set
on
of
Codex. It's
capabilities I want
crazy.
to maintain is the ability to do everything
What happened to your
that you ask the
character?
model to do.
What happened
At
to your
the current
character?
level, the model can.
It's somewhere. It's
I don't
level
have- it's not
57,
like
walking
what I do,
around.
like a classic, or I have one data set and then
I think it's just a
another data set,
targeting
and I
thing.
can define within
Targeting
the
thing I've
data
been
set
trying to fix
the
for a while.
distribution of the person.
And Fable hasn't fixed it yet.
So if you have that, then carry on the previous task work perfectly. In practice, you don't have it. We don't have
Outfits is changing?
Like, we're training that for most of these models.
Man, your guy is moving so.
What is even the definition of
Your guy
this?
is moving
Of
so
the
fast.
task prompt of the like
What the heck?
URL space that like training that
Just
was
walking
done.
all over the
Like, all of
place.
these are things that are just not, they are ill-defined, and therefore you cannot really use the like the previous task prompts because you don't know them. I will say that in the MNIST case, again, MNIST case
It is
always
cool
fun because
seeing them
remember,
like fight stuff.
where you do have,
But they're all targeting the
then this
same
gives you
target
that
all the time
this is like an
sometimes.
almost perfect correlation, like KN on previous task versus what is called.
And they're not
Okay,
fighting the
this
little
is way
boss
better than the
thingies.
new task. KN, this is better than anything else if you actually
So that's a fair point, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't measure,
Oh, actually.
you can't sample. I mean, you can technically sample a lot from the base model and
Yeah.
assume it is, but it's not fair.
And
But
it's
why-
almost intractable, right?
Did you guys think of using like something symmetric, like a Genshin channel instead, or like, go even further with like some kind of
Yeah.
integral probability metrics and
Yeah.
not use scale? Because scale has this built-in problem of like,
Yeah.
it's asymmetric.
Yeah, so here since we do or like this is an analysis paper, it's more about measurement and not about training. We found that like even if it's not symmetric, it's kind of enough. We showed that like there's good correlation on this side and good correlation on the other side. Maybe if you take junction 7, it will be a bit better. Once I'll touch in a bit on the distillation algorithms, where you actually use like this distributional metrics as a loss. And this is where these kind of things start to become more interesting. Yeah. Any more questions on this part? Okay, perfect. And so we talked about minimum catastrophic forgetting, and this leads us to the last point, which is also like the main part of this talk.
Yeah, I think I got. I just can't. Can't focus, guys. Like, I guess I worked out too hard. I worked out too hard, guys. I think I'm gonna get some sleep. I wake up early in the morning, and then I also have things to do in the morning, and chaotic day today. I don't know how long did I have stream? How long did I stream for, guys? Did I stream enough? Yeah, I really need to take a chill pill, guys. How long have I been streaming? What the heck? What's going on? What the heck? What's going on? Take it easy. Yeah, get some rest. Yeah. Yeah, I felt like. Wait, does it even show how much hours I streamed or whatever? Let's see. Quality. Why is it 720? That's another thing too. I have to fix that. What the heck? Why am I streaming at 720p? 10 hours at least. I'm chronically online. You're doing laps on me, bro. You did 2 streams? Yeah, I did 2 streams. 2 streams, a few hours break. I gotta fix that bitrate issue because it's not streaming the proper bitrate, and so it's So it's a little concerning here. Oh yeah, here it is. That's why it's using 10,000. Should be probably using 4,000 or something next time. I'll do 5,000, half that, so it doesn't strain Twitch when I give it too much of my bits. Yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow as always. You know, a lot of things changing every day. Learning every day. We learn every day. We learn new things every day. 5K is a good number. Yeah. 10K was just a little too much. High quality thing, and I didn't notice. Nobody told me it was. I didn't support 1080p. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Get my sleep and busy day. We'll probably start at 10 tomorrow because there's just so much going on in the morning. And yeah, thanks again, guys, for watching. And I know I'm cutting off with no music and stuff, but yeah, gotta get ready for my Monday tomorrow, guys. Gotta get ready for my Monday. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night and keep vibe coding. Don't let the AI vampire get you guys, you know. And yeah, don't hallucinate. Don't hallucinate, guys. Don't hallucinate. You have a good one, guys. Take care.